Alright, we're gonna get right into this. And here we go. Should be Ozone versus Youpudding for TTL on African River. Boom, right away, only this is silver, not gold. We'll catch up to real time. So I'm a bit late. I'm gonna need to scurry off and eat breakfast in between games at some point. But we'll have African River. We can catch up during the Dark Age. We have a draft and a good old 3-ville start Dark Age. So we have time to catch up. So what do we have? Georgians for Ozone, Chimera for Youpudding. Mule carts will be great. Jeep, hello Jeep. Feudal Age here for Youpudding. And a barracks for Ozone as we have Feudal Age on the way for him. And it will be a stable opening. I've not seen a double stable opening. What? I've not seen this on this map yet. And on the water, Ville found by Youpudding. Ozone will, however, Alcatraz his Ville using that reed. Nicely done. Has the 2 docks going for Ozone. And Ozone himself will find one of Youpudding's Villes. No Alcatraz there. That Ville goes down. And Youpudding will defend himself with a tower. Start hoovering his scouts around. Hello, Gauntlet Wizard. How you doing? We'll head over to the gold there for Ozone. We have quite a few TTL sets today. This will be our first one. Youpudding, the first set he played, had some creative strats that didn't work out. So, of all the players, Wong, Red Phosphoro, who have those T90 video strats, I'll call them, Youpudding definitely the highest level of them playing normally. Scouts in the back for Ozone. Good scout fight by the berries. Scouts go down, and oh, this is a good fight for Ozone. This is a great fight for Ozone. Hello, villagers. Goodbye, berries. Elevate, hello. Hibiscus tea with lemon? I don't even know what that would taste like. I don't think I've ever had that. I drink coffee. I don't drink tea. Although when you come to this stream, I'd probably say that tea is at the bottom of the harbor. That's what I do with tea. And JG must be appalled right now. Like, she's like, no, that's good tea. And going very low on HP, but going down. I think Ozone with the scouts opening. Impressive. Picked the Ville, defended his dockville, got 2 docks worth of fishing ships going as the Georgians, who have the healing scouts, managed to wall himself up, use the mule carts, play very defensively. And with that defense against the counter scouts rush from the Chimera, you think, oh, the Chimera go up quickly for scouts, but not the case here. Oh, demo. Where's the demo? Demo. Youpudding, give me a demo. Please, please give me a demo. Is this 1775? Might as well be. I'll have to cast Age 3 and make a custom scenario of tossing the tea into the harbor. Does that exist? It should. Scouts kill a Ville. Oh, there's a demo. Oh, another demo. Boom! Scouts destroy the fire. And we're gonna have a 3rd dock, so the good old, what does Dash call it? The TPD, the Triple Pond Domination from Ozone. Scouts take out a fire. And another stable, double stable, Knights, presumably for Ozone. Dang. What year is this? 2015? Mill on the shallows goes down. Killed by a dock, killed by scouts. We got him 2015. And oh, are we caught up to real time? We are caught up to real time. Lovely. Yeah, it'll end just as we're at real time. So forging in Castle Age for Ozone. I'm afraid though it might be a Castle Age GG. Welcome in, apologies if you had the ad. We will have now Castle Age for Ozone, who has been dominant with his scouts play. researching forging is the cherry on top. And as he's about to hit Castle Age, Youpudding is clicking up. But pretty far behind. Let's see if we get light cavalry as knights. There is a bit of a scout. Oh, demo. Demo. War galley. But demo on the scouts. Oh, lag just as that happened. Okay, and he'll save the demo. Save the demo. Just scaring the scouts off. Acting as the demonstration ship. Scare them away. These scouts will keep trying to find an opening, but so far no overchop, that mule cart being extra useful for all those acacia trees. Fortified church going up for Ozone. And duel quests, good morning, hello, hello, hello. I love your waving emote. That's so cute. Got any quests that you're doing today? This cav will push through the house, try to get in by the mill. And a couple of knights pumping out for Ozone as a blacksmith comes up for Youpudding. Knights will converge in those vills. And the vills will garrison the TC as the vills have to hop inside. We'll have an archery range up for Youpudding. Blacksmith range and monastery. Monastery there for him as well. A couple of knights keep pumping out. And everything trying to break through that house. I've been going through the campaigns on hard lately, trying to get better. You're still 50-50 on hardest AI, so you're trying to break through. Nice, nice, nice. I always do enjoy going back and playing the OG campaigns every now and then. I don't do it on DE though. I go do it on the user patch and play on the original game. It's easier to set up the voice acting without needing to go through mods. And the pathfinding's better too. I never discount the fun of the pathfinding. So some cav archers now for Youpudding as the Chimera, still trying to hold on. And he's not dead yet, but he is pretty far down in Vills. And in Res Collected, we'll get a second TC along with fortified churches for Ozone. He's boosting his eco. And the knights will try to get through that house. See what they can do on the inside. I think there is an overchop and an opening here where those cav to run around. Devotion on the way, because why not? Everyone wants to be devoted. Hello, Lily. Youpudding, love them anti-meta. He played very meta this game, though. He opened scouts. Maybe scouts on this map is anti-meta, though. I haven't seen scouts openings. It's usually been men-at-arms or skirms. And oh, what is that? Okay, and then not a TC denial. It's actually a scout that just died to the fortified church. The Vills hopped inside. A TC delail. Denial, delail, are those words? Yep. Jeep. 12 plus 4 times 20 plus 5 worth of bits. That is some orders. Oh, wait. Oh, no. 2 plus 8 minus 12 plus 4 times 20 plus 5. Can you define the orders of operation there? Are we using PEMDAS for the multiplication? Or are we doing AoE2 RMS scripts where it's done left to right with the same precedence? I really need to make this video on Coast Arena because I think people will be shocked, especially the programming nerds. It'll be more like a horror video. There's the GG. GG from Youpudding. So, Ozone dominant from the scouts opening right from the start. Apologies, I was a bit late and had to speed through that, but we did catch up, so we're good from here on out. 53 to 26 KD for Ozone as the Georgians eco strong once you hit the Castle Age. And with the mule cart on this map, pretty good even before that. Too much math. Well, you're the one who wrote the math in the chat, Jeep. You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon all of us. Alright, let me get the drafts and everything. Let's see, where are we at for the drafts? Game details, Ozone, Youpudding will be on the left of the scoreboard. And Ozone on the right. This will be silver. This will be play all 3. 1 win for Ozone, Drafts up here. And a swap. Boom. Because you love the math. All right, so 4 times 20 is 80. Then we go 2 plus 8 is 10. Minus 12 is negative 2. So negative 2 plus 80 is then 78 plus 5 is 83. And you gave 45. So I'm guessing that's not how we did the math. I'm guessing it's going to be 2 plus 8 for 10, minus 12 for minus 2, plus 4 for 2, times 20 for 40, plus 5. Yes. All right. So RMS math. Left to right. Everything left associative. No operator precedence differences in that expression. Strict left to right. Alright. So, game number 2. We're in the lobby for Monocle. And Monocle a map. I'm still waiting for... Where's our base? Where's our base? I need our base to give me the go for whether I can upload the map or not. Okay, Petito gave me some thumbs up. Alright, and we'll have a 1 minute of spec delay before we get into this game. No precedence, no. Everything left associative. There we go. Announcement on Discord, too. And what is our base saying? Let's ping T90 again after the sets today. Alright. So, Monocle. I'll have to keep an eye on this map for the stone distribution. I've fixed that internally. Or adjusted it internally. I'm gonna hope that it's okay. And T-Cone, hello, hello, hello. How you doing? And here we are. Okay, it looks fine. Why is the game over? Oh my gosh, the game is over because I need to swap my mods. I have my testing mod on. I've updated the map and it went out of sync because I already have the map and it's different. Alright. We're fixing this. I'm literally the only one who will ever have this problem. But here we go. Alright, with the correct map script now, we will have Youpudding as the red Armenians to the north, Ozone as the blue Woo to the south, and the stone distribution looks pretty good. Everyone will have a good stone. Great, so this is Monocle. Physics attended, coffee acquired, ready to go. Coffee is... Oh, I forgot to make a coffee. After this game, I'll start the coffee. Then after the next game, after that, I'll obtain the coffee. So Youpudding pushing in the deer right away. Getting a very nice double deer push. Always got to enjoy a good double deer push. I'll have his 2 boars a bit forward. Has to be careful he doesn't get lamed. We have seen some laming on this map. Boars for Ozone, as far as he's concerned, are thankfully in the back. And he'll be scouting out where he can do his mills for the shorefish. Yeah, I slightly adjusted the shorefish to try to avoid long stretches like this, where we can't fit mills. That's the one basic change I made. And that update should be coming out tonight. Because there are a couple of stretches where you can't fit mills in this map. And then the other thing I did was I searched for 4x4 areas at the top. And I blocked them off by putting rocks on top of them. That way you can't fit castles, and you can't fit TCs up here. That kind of goes against the spirit of the map if there is one player who can fit a TC and another who can't. I haven't seen that happen yet, but it's more of a preemptive measure to prevent players from finding TC spots and adding them where we're really not expecting them to be on the map. See, the bedding thing is still going on. There's a barracks for Ozone. The bar will be destroyed or taken by the TC. So what's going to happen to Woo Armenians? This will be in the Woo. Well, they do have extra food from the barracks. That's true. The infantry will regenerate starting in the feudal age. And they will themselves have good long swordsmen. I was a bit confused because usually you think of the Wu as going for the Jin swordsmen, but those are shock infantry and they are countered by long swords. That militia spawning outside the barracks for Ozone. And that militia is going to have a long walk around. Oh gosh, look at how those wood lions spawned. Almost black forest over here. I think, is there a gap somewhere? Oh, there's a gap in there. Yeah, there's a gap in there. That's fine. That's fine. I was worried we were going to have a game of BF. So Fort Barracks for Youpudding. He's a bit behind in the militia production, though. The Wu, of course, get that early food. And Ozone will loop around. Mule cart on the wood line. So nothing to raid just yet for Ozone. But he could get up on the hill and try to stop mill locations. Attacking the mule cart. And feudal age on the way for Youpudding. Mule cart, nice double mule cart between the gold and the wood. As Loom will be on the way for Ozone. And with about a 1 minute faster uptime, Youpudding will look to get very quick men-at-arms and very quick long swordsmen. There's that drush right now, not disrupting the mill location. He'll grab a nice mill spot along for shorefish. Plop that down right away. And what is this scout doing? Scout running around. Is Youpudding up to feudal? As a gold mine comes out on the outside, and his militia will have that man-at-arms upgrade clicked. Double bit axe on the way. And he will look to strike the berries. He will look to strike the berries, and how well will Ozone be able to wall this? Will he be able to wall it? Militia coming forward. And will they find the vills? When they get there, they will. Man-at-Arms is finished, and Ozone forced off of the shorefish, forced to quick wall the remaining vills, and on the hill, the Men-at-Arms will get a couple of hits. He doesn't manage to save the vill. The other vill turns around at the last moment, and he'll lose some scout HP, but get the vill. So 2 vills down immediately, and at the same time, this drush has a 3rd militia added to it. Man-at-Arms on the way, but so far no luck in terms of breaking through that mule cart. And people asked, does the mule cart cost food to repair? I'm just going to keep an eye on that. I think it does. That food count's slowly trickling down. So you need food and wood to repair the mule cart. Actually kind of disruptive to the eco if you're making them spend food, even though it's not that much. Berries? No one really takes the berries on this map. No one really takes the berries. They're there as a backup if you get pushed off. I was thinking maybe I simply should get rid of the berries, just so that there's more room in the base. It's a bit less cluttered, but I guess I'll leave them there. Not going to change it at this point. I don't know if anyone has a build that would rely on them. And the mule cart... Oh! By moving the mule cart forward slightly, it's now only one man-at-arms that can attack. Oh, but a patrol stack from Ozone. Now he can stack and he can attack the mule cart. Now with 4 men-at-arms. Okay, oh, a 5th man-at-arms on the way. And longsword's been clicked for Youpudding. Still is ahead of that 2-0 Vil KD, but a bit more idle TC time for him, somewhat evening that out. And it'll now be an archery range swap for Ozone as he adds in a barracks. He'll look for fletching then. Quite a few Vils on gold. Continuing to go men-at-arms archers. And it'll simply be longswords for now. Age of stacking. The longswords will chase the scout. Longswords hit the men-at-arms. The men-at-arms have to run away. We'll have fletching also for Ozone. Longswords will chase here. Still a better Vil lead for Youpudding, who's spread out nicely among the shorefish. Have 2 mills here for Ozone. The longsword will hoover around. Archers come down off the hill to chase them. And there's a couple of longswords dying to the archers. And nice archer defense at the same time. Counterattack with men-at-arms getting in on the Vils from Youpudding. All the Vils, they are running, but that scout, that full HP scout, useful. Vils going down before the longswords can come over and help out. And oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 Vil kills for Ozone. Getting some revenge from earlier, but he doesn't control as he's running away. The longsword will get a couple of hits while he doesn't fight back. The longsword's coming over, but they are pretty darn slow, and we're not there in time. Protect the Vils. That 1 tower on 1 shorefish spot, not enough, but the mule cart came to the outside. There's some more stone. And all the longswords will chase against the men-at-arms and the scout from Ozone. Ozone looking to defend, and he's going to bring the longswords to the archers. The archers will say, "We have a hill. Hello, longswords." Men-at-arms will meet shield for us a bit, and those longswords have to turn right around after suffering 2 losses. And go the long way around. As now Ozone has a good Vil lead, and has a res collected lead. And remember, this entire time, his men-at-arms will be healing. Have healing men-at-arms. Let's see archers take down the long swords. And the long swords go down. The longswords will be chased into the corner. And they'll fight the men-at-arms. And we'll see the micro here. 1 low HP longsword runs away. Oh, but the archers come. The archers come over and say, "Nope, we're winning this fight," and the longswords have to run. Will they see the clandestine stone mine? They will. They'll find the mining camp down there. So Youpudding will know Ozone is mining stone. And oh, the longsword! What the heck? That looked like it was going to be devastating, but then all of a sudden it wasn't. Now, all that poor Vil walling herself in. Sacrificing for the cause as the longswords will be cleared by the archers. Will the Vil survive? No, she won't. Oh, the poor villager couldn't pathfind to the other side of the wall. More longsword raids for Youpudding as he's up to the castle age. And then could think about an early two-handed swordsman. Still needs to do blacksmith upgrades, really important against the archers. Squires is important against the archers. That means you run faster than they do. The longswords do. All Vils on the shorefish around the sides. As we'll have another mill for Ozone and a tower on the way up for him. Castle Age, gold mining, scale mill, armor, all finishing. And the Vils and Skirms will be wandering around the outside. We'll see another outpost on the way from Youpudding. Maybe they can shoot down that Vil. And down goes the Vil. Down goes the Vil. Outpost foundation cleared as well. And a couple of palisade foundations there for the longswords as they run in. The longswords will try to hit the Vils. The Vils will take a couple of hits. And there's Youpudding up to the castle age. TC will shoot the longswords back. The archers come around. And I'll have a siege workshop forward for Youpudding. And what will these archers do on the hill? They'll shoot the Vil. Vil goes down. As more snow and icicles fall off of the roof outside and shock me. And ooh, this could be another good raid on the Vils. Archers in. Vils going down. That's -3 Vils. They'll get away from the tower. And Youpudding needs to do more towers. It feels like he's, for the most part, forced off of the fish. As the longswords try to break through the mining camp, we have Ozone up to the castle age. And I think they will break through. 5 longswordsmen, and yeah, they are through. Death to these 2 villagers. And they go down. Scorpion coming around for Youpudding. And longswords trying to break through the stone walls as the scorpions come forward. Crossbows have to dodge. The longswords will take some fire, start to go down. As the tower goes up, the scorpions come forward. And there's the tower. That'll probably stop this forward. We're still really close, but Ozone's starting to pull ahead in Vils, pulling ahead in resources. Punk Swordsman? Not the best raiding unit, to be fair. Maybe they could destroy that tower, but I guess the tower doesn't defend much at this point. Both players trying to tower around, and no, there's a Vil from Youpudding. A couple of crossbows there, as we'll have crossbows diving the tower, but the scorpion is there. Oh, diving the tower is so risky, and the Ozone's gonna lose all of this. Oh, they go down. A Vil very low on HP. The longswords hitting Vils. Taking down a couple of Vils. The Vil's dying. The Vil hops in the TC. And now Cav? Wigwam Cav. The swap from Ozone. Heavy melee armor to help out against the attack of the longswords. These units should dominate. They only have 60 HP. They have the same HP as longswords, but overall better stats. So they simply win that fight. Cav Archer also added in. It's so weird to see a Cav Archer and not Shenbei Raider added in with the Huiguang Cav. But this is the woo. Not the way. And Ville's getting hit by the Huiguang Cav. And they could camp the tower and try to destroy it, but they will run away. We'll have another TC up for Ozone. As a couple of barracks will be continuing to pump out longswords, healed up by the monk. And the mule cart will be taken down. Let's go dead mule cart. At the same time, longsword's been destroying a tower. Youpudding fallen behind an eco, but still trying to raid. Using monks to try to counter the cav. Oh, that box formation patrol swap. Look at that. That's a thing of beauty. Buying some food. We have another TC down here for Ozone. Outside on the wood line, capturing a relic and some deer with it too. Nice to be able to TC the deer. Won't need the farms right away. The longswords will go for the watchtower. Another longsword will try to kill some of the vills who are running away. Yeah, it's a few good stabs on them. And we'll get back to the TC. Now crossbows and Huiguang Cav will maybe try to raid the mule cart. And get some good picks on the villagers. Force Youpudding back to the TC. This is again looking like a great spot for Ozone. He can pick off that monk with the crossbows and he at least stops the conversion. Longswords attacking the mill. But crossbows there to mow down the longswordsman. Oh, Youpudding, this is not the fight you want. This is not at all the fight you want. He's down 10 to 27 military. He's all the crossbow sniper mule cart. And this game is looking pretty over. He can fortified church to defend with relics. Now that'll slow down the push though, it won't stop it. Try to add more farms. As the Armenians, the churches don't boost his eco, that's only the Georgians. Oh, I realized I have the wrong logo. It should be the silver logo. Swapped the text up there, I forgot the logo. As well as by the tower go down. Hello, Daboose. How you doing, Daboose? And Black Pearl 06, thank you for the follow. And there's a GG from Youpudding. So well done from Ozone. He goes up 2-0. And managed to fend off the longswords with some good archer play. It was looking rough for him at the start when he lost a couple of vills. But then had a good counterattack, killed 4 vills out here. And already having something of an eco lead and extended that lead. Great swordsman control. You're out of position ever so slightly, and the swordsman can do a ton of damage. And he's looking at the military count, he consistently was ahead in numbers in a way that Youpudding couldn't quite catch up to. Hello, Mouse Puddles. You have the day off of work. Ooh. Sounds like fun. And that'll be 2-0 for Ozone. Also winning on Monocle. That was Armenians losing, Khmer losing the first game against Georgians and Wu. And hello, Leap God. Thanks for leaping into the chat. Let's see, is Dave still visiting T90? Probably co-casting today. That's what I thought was happening the other day. We're gonna have a ton of sets all going on at the same time today. As we also have Prisma versus Wide, and then Overtaken Valas that was rescheduled, and classicpro StonePlease. So we'll probably go cast as much as we can today. We'll see if T90 starts casting something, we might swap and just try not to double cover everything. We co-casted one set yesterday but had issues. I'm not sure if the issues mean they had technical issues with the casting, or issues where they started fighting each other IRL on camera and had to stop. I could imagine issues meaning many different things. Oh, and Black Pearl, thank you for the follow. I missed the alert earlier. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. As we've, as I said, we hit, we hit 15k followers, so the next goal, not going to be 16k, it's going to be a power of 2. It's going to be 16,384. We've done incredible for subs recently. We're at 368 subs, or sub points. The sport's been incredible, and I hope you're enjoying all the maps that we've had for TTL. Because we've hopefully having the last update tonight. We just need to get final approval from all the admins. That we're all agreeing with the changes. As I said, we're slightly modifying Monocle to try to just shore up the fish a bit. Shore up the shorefish. And then Reverse Acropolis was a map we saw a couple of generations that were a bit unfair. So we're trying to remove the spawns where players are in extreme corner positions. And High Tides will be the next map. It'll be Inca for Ozone and Dravidians for Youpudding. Why people did not choose Teutons on this map with 10 garrison capacity and free murder holes was herbal medicine. On which map? On Monocle? I think the answer is just they don't have an eco bonus that uses the shorefish. The Teutons eco bonus is focused on farming. And with all of the shorefish, you're not building farms, so you're not using your eco bonus. I think that's the main reason you won't see Teutons there. Yeah, the murder holes in the towers are certainly nice. But I think you're more focused on getting army numbers up. Remember that graph from the previous game? You saw the fact that Ozone was ahead in military and never relinquished that lead. That I think matters a bit more than getting the tower capacity or the murder holes or the herbal medicine. So now we will have game number 3, High Tides. We'll have Youpudding as the Red Dravidians to the west, Ozone as the Blue Inca to the east. So it's usually when you're picking games that are aggressive for the swordsman, you're looking for both, not just a swordsman bonus, but also an eco bonus. And that's why we saw Romans picked so much. Romans and then Burgundians on Dune Springs and Red Bull. Because the Romans 5% faster gathering, they're the only civ that gathers faster from the shorefish. And then Burgundians, they have the earlier eco upgrades and can go for the militia. Yeah, remember when the Indians had the faster fishermen? I do. I remember those days. So high tides, we'll see if players dock, or maybe forgo the dock and just try to fight on land. I did balance the fish around the center island pretty well. Looking back, maybe I'd want to balance fish on the sides a bit more, but I've not seen an unfair generation so far, so maybe it's fairly well balanced as is. Hello, why don't you say hi? Thank you so much for saying hi. And of course, in the south, the area that people ignore, I think to their detriment, but they ignore it completely. I've seen some great games where players get castles here and take all the res. But no, unless you're Mongols, probably not going to make a play for the hunt. And this will be a barracks on the way for Ozone. So as soon as this game's over, I think we immediately swap into Prisma set, unless this is an hour-long game, and then we'll swap into the next set at Overtaken Valas. The zebra pushed from Youpudding. And you have elephants on the map. Another reason Mongols would be a civ picked highly if they make it through the draft. Lots of very good Mongols maps due to the hunt. When you get to custom map pools and people start placing extra hunt, Mongols tend to become one of the strongest civs. And again, it's the eco bonus. Oh, are we going to have a lame? Ooh, we might have a bit of a lame here. Ozone grabbing the goats. Now he needs to figure out what to do with the goats. Can he thread the needle between the scout and the villager and not be found? No, he will be found. Or at least one of them will be. So half the lame succeeded. And the scout now going back to defend the vill, maybe to look for the goat. But a bit too late to do that. Youpudding will simply have to go escort the vill. No loom for Youpudding's villager. And Ozone himself not docking just yet. Instead of the dock, he's going for the early 2 militia drush. The Inca like to do this because they get double pop space on the house. On the houses, that means they don't need as many houses in the Dark Age, and they can afford the earlier barracks. That extra 25 wood per house, so that's an extra 50 wood they're saving. As the militia will walk forward and get over to the lumber camp. We'll have a dock going up for Youpudding. And more houses on the way to that lumber camp.
Hey.
And hoping there would be a hole on the hill, the militia, nevertheless, are forced away. Youpudding might need to Alcatraz that vill. She'll get back to the TC. And looks like Ozone, oh, actually quite a bit of damage. If Youpudding can't take that elephant. He doesn't need to lame, but with 2 militia, he can stop the elephant. The militia will find space by that house. Youpudding won't be able to lure that in. The Inca's attacking elephants. What a strange game. What a strange game indeed. As, oh, the dock vill for Ozone, though. Trapped. No loom, but Alcatrazes himself. Nicely done to save the vill. Trapped by the scout. So second vill will come over and lay down the dock foundation. There is a loom just finishing. And this house going down pretty darn well. And I think Ozone saving that vill is in a great spot now with the drush. Stopping an entire elephant. Maybe with the fish you don't need it, you can still click up. Ooh, maybe it's okay if Youpudding still clicks up with the fish. Ooh, an elephant's a lot of food not to have, though. Everyone knows the llama. That's true with the llama. You also have more food. And feudal for Ozone, not far behind, around 30 seconds. Chop some straggler trees, go out to gold. Does have loom himself, but is not walled, not at all. There's a dock with some fishing ships for Youpudding, second dock for Ozone, and with the Militia attacking Youpudding's base, Youpudding will decide, nope, I'm not going to defend. I'm going to go forward. I'll try to counterattack. Ozone ready for that, though, starting to get palisades everywhere, walling in his woodline, doing the man-at-arms upgrade, and ready to start pumping out ships. One fire galley on the way for Youpudding. Need to manage your wood carefully to get the ships. And Ozone not quite ready to pump them out yet. There he goes, one fire galley. But only one so far as the militia come in. And the militia and Eagle keep trying to wander around inside of Youpudding's base. Youpudding has some fish. This is where I think you camp the elephant. And oh, actually, he could dive on the tower. Youpudding getting in on the wood line. And some very quick walls from Youpudding. He needs to get that tower up to protect the gold. But force into a tower right away. Never a spot you want to be in. And Ozone will have to be careful of those fishing vills. Attacked by the fire galley. That one saying, okay, go after my friend. He'll hide behind the dock. I'll keep fishing. I'm not going to take a day off of work. Not going to pull it a boost today. He's got work to do. And men-at-arms will run away from that watchtower. Put pressure on the opponent's dock, not be more valuable than a house. The men-at-arms really aren't going to do much to the dock. The best they could do is force the Vill to wall itself. There's no lake at the bottom, it's just some shallows. That's been there at least since I did it for Hidden Cup years ago. Fire galley going down. The men-at-arms will push through the house. There's scout running around the outside.
Hey.
And fishing ships hiding behind the dock as the fire goes around. And maybe we'll find some fishing ships out there. Oh, Ozone with the palisades traps the Vill. Traps the Vill and brings the fire over. Oh, what a play. Oh, but Youpudding has two fires of his own. These Vills, they might die too. Oh, who's trapped in here with whom? All the Vills dying. Well, that was a sudden disaster for Ozone. He needed an ambulance for himself there. Loses two Vills trying to kill one. And now the men-at-arms still wandering around his woodline. He's still up 3 eco units. 5-2 eco KD. That elephant's still not taken. Archers now for Youpudding, starting to force the men-at-arms away. Experience tragedy. If only Youpudding had a demo there. But it does feel like Ozone, regardless, is winning the water. I'll have that demo for use against those two fires. And no more fishing ships for the Dravidians. 3 fishing ships for Ozone. Still has some good deep fish to take. And slightly ahead now in res collected he is. Blacksmith going up for Youpudding. As this group is wandering away. And the demo, nice demo shot on the 2 fires. As another demo will pop out. What's this plan, ANKR? I don't know. That is just Youpudding's clan. It's I think a clan among some of the Taiwanese players outside of tag. Fire is going down to the other fire galleys. Oh, here's a demo, Save the fishing ships, And, well, it gets a decent demo hit there. Force that to run a bit. This fire will lose some HP. This fire will lose the fight. So Youpudding not giving up on the water, actually doing a decent job of sniping the fishing ships. And with double demos, looking to come back. It doesn't have as much of a target to use the demos against, investing a lot into the water. Neither player anywhere close to clicking up to the Castle Age. We have a long and messy Feudal Age game here. So those men-at-arms will stand menacingly outside that palisade. Wait for the overforge. No one will notice this. I think they're both microing on the water, or see, a Vil goes down on Youpudding's lumber camp. And those Vils run away. Will there be an overchop here? Is the water worth it? I've seen a lot of people win the water and lose the game. So how much value you put on it, I'm not sure what the correct answer is. Archers attacking the men-at-arms who go for the house. Eagle fighting the scout, and Youpudding his turn not to pay attention. And again, loses the men-at-arms. He finishes his berries, has to run off of there. Finally takes that elephant, but finishes the elephant. And what is he doing for food now? What is he doing for food? He doesn't have any fishing ships. He's off of the elephant, off of the berries, and he has 0 on food. He's got 0 on food. If he'd had a market, I don't think he'd even buy his way up at this point. Ozone at least has 9 Vils on food. He's starting to seed some farms. They don't build them any faster, though. They got a free llama instead. Is there the same amount of gold on the North and South Islands? The North is somewhat random. There are 20 tiles of gold there. In the South, we have, right now, 12 tiles. Now, I think usually the North is a bit more gold-heavy, but in the South, there's the stone. So you get stone and gold. In the past, it was only stone in the South and gold in the North, but then I think it was Hidden Cup. I added some gold to the southern area, make it a bit more valuable because no one went for it. And then we also added a bunch of hunt, and still no one goes for it. Although, that being said, here Ozone is going for it, taking the hunt. Using his map control to keep Youpudding in his base so that it's safe for him to take the hunt. And now it's time for a raid on the Vils. And this is not looking good for Youpudding once again. Ozone in a good position to pull off a sweep here. Tons of gold being floated from Youpudding because that's the only thing he can gather. Really does need a market, but also needs woodline control. He heads back for another woodline with some injured Vils. But oh no, no. Here come the men-at-arms and the archers. Maybe the archers get cleaned. Oh, quick wall from Youpudding. And all of a sudden, Ozone's trapped in here with Youpudding. His army goes down. I don't think he killed the Vil there. Nice use of the archers. And well, it was 21-14 a moment ago. That quickly evens up the military count. And Ozone not giving up on the water either. He's got 4 demos. And what's he doing with those demos? 1 on food for Youpudding. 41-40. The Youpudding somehow still up in villagers. His men-at-arms must have gotten quite a few kills here. 7-8 eco KD. And there I was thinking it looked good for Ozone. All of a sudden, that clear for the army evens the game out. And Demo gets 2 fires, so Ozone with all those demos paying off, keeps his docks alive. The 1 on food is the fishing ship for Youpudding. Oh my gosh. I mean, we've had a couple of quick walls this game. And Ozone, what's he gonna do now? Hill's taking that wood line for Youpudding. Trying to get himself walled up. And there is the Castle Age for Ozone. As the demos wander around. They'll hit the fire. And in the middle, ooh, archers killing Vils, archers killing Vils. And oh, 3 Vils down. And on his way to the Castle Age, Ozone, spending TC time growing up, won't be pumping out Vils. Youpudding will open a pretty good Vil lead. So it will be Youpudding in the Feudal Age with more Vils against Ozone in the Castle Age. He's going to run into the crocodiles down in the south. He's running into the crocodiles. Oh, here comes his army, though. Here comes his army. Youpudding's like, I'll clear your Vils, and Ozone's like, I'll clear your army. Oh, fletching on the way for him. All those raids, he didn't even have fletching. His Vil's finding another crocodile. And these archers will look for a sneak attack. Forest Collar for Ozone. And this fire galley taken down by these 2. By these 3. And Ozone taking the water again. Up to castle. And needs to clear this army. Doing some house walling with his Vils. He somehow could have trapped it with a wall over here that would have been cute, but instead the archers still will have a bit of room to micro. Here's Youpudding buying food, finally has a market to use. Archers going down. And good chase there from Ozone. Crossbow bodkin on the way for him. Has to be careful with those vills, though. As the vill runs away from the gate. Docks being destroyed by fires. Elite skirm for Ozone. And stuck in the feudal age, Youpudding will call the GG. Ozone will win 3-0. The GG's from Ozone, very nicely done to sweep Youpudding. And looked on point all 3 games. Especially with this drush on high tides. Great build order from him as the Inca. Well, I guess at this point, if your opponent is the Inca, you're expecting the insta drush. Elo is just a number. Elo is a lifestyle. Is that 3-0 for Ozone? Winning high tides. Also, as far as civs go, winning Inca over... What was that, Dravidians? Yeah, Inca over Dravidians. Well, we will get right into the next set, because that is happening as we speak. It'll be Prisma versus Wide. They've been in Valley for 11 minutes, so let me just change my titles. Poll management, no, title management. Daily ad. Thankfully, they picked different colors. It'll be the Khitans versus the Jurchens on Valley. Hello, Debo hype on YouTube. The Prisma versus Wide. And the titles are changed. Tags are added to the YouTube video. So they were in here for 11 minutes. Are they taking the hunt in the middle? No, they're not. The Jurchens for the hunt? No, not for the hunt. Just probably for the Step Lancers, I guess. For the scouts opening, maybe? Faster attacking scouts. Some spears from the Khitans. And we are caught up to live time. So, chat, remember, after this game, I need to go start my coffee because I've neglected to do that so far. Yeah, you'll remind me, right? You'll remind me? Don't let me forget. So you didn't even have a break between these games, just right into the next one. Archers hitting the vills. The vills have to build the palisade and run away. And meanwhile, the scouts fended off by a couple of spears. Wide with the spears poking them down. Houses up to Prisma. This is a reminder for me to remind the T-West to go get the coffee. No, this is just to start the coffee. I'll start the coffee. And then the coffee will percolate through the coffee machine. And then after the next game, I'll obtain the coffee. And at some point, I also need to eat food. Food will be important. Archer goes down, the rest of the scouts run away. There's a wolf out there. And the wolf gonna go for the archers. Try to get some bites out of those archers. wolf on Prisma's side. Oh, also, I need to swap my logos here. This is gold. This is gold. And over here on Capture Age, this is gold. Now, all the wolf's gonna chase the spears as the archers go down. No matter how much stuff we put in the middle, no one ever goes for the middle. On Monocle, people are out there for the shorefish the whole game. On this map, no, they don't take this. They don't take the hunt. They just wall themselves. We had hoped putting more hunt in the middle would mean players would go to the middle. But no, apparently it doesn't. We had hoped reducing the wood, making it harder to wall, would mean players don't wall and go to the middle, but no. Oh, no. Campaignless Civ show match. Oh my gosh, that hurts. That hurts. The campaignless Civs. And oh, the scouts break through the walls. Walls not fully finished for wide. And this is the downside of trying to wall on the map. You have to wall, for lack of a better term, a very wide area. And that gives enemy scouts time to break in. The house wall did go up, not quite in time. But here come the Catan scouts with forging. Rampaging through the economy, killing vills, killing spearmen. They don't have bloodlines, they don't care, they have forging. And now the spears with double attack will want to attack the vills too. They'll get in on the party. Actually, how double attack is so strong. Low HP vills and Prisma is just like YOLO. I'll lose the scouts, but I'll take the vills. I'll get all the vills. And now we're at an 11-2 Eco KD in favor of Prisma. As he clicks up to the Castle Age with gold mining on the way, he'll get another vill. Oh, those vills going down so fast. 13 villagers down, 14 villagers down. This is a bloody massacre. As the pile of corpses decays into the ground, the spear goes down. And there is the GG. Oh my gosh. Put boars in the middle and they'll fight for it? Maybe. Then it'll just be like a Rage Forest Borloring game. So Military 33 kills for Prisma. Economy. Better eco for him. Well, especially at the end when he killed the economy. And there we are. GG. Alright, so set number 2 today. Let's set up the scoreboard and I'll grab my, or start my coffee. Let's see. Drafts. Game details. Prisma will be to the left. This will be gold. Prisma wide. And let's see, are they into the next game? And bypass, they're in the lobby for bypass. So I will go. I will start my coffee. And let me I just did run the ads before that game, so hopefully I'm good not to have to run them for a while. As my pre-rolls are off, so we're good. Coffee time. Stay tuned as I grab my coffee, or start my coffee. Okay, we are back. And let's get into this game. Oh, they haven't launched yet. Didn't even miss anything. Oh, wait, I did miss it. They did launch. What? Alright, let's bypass. No, we don't need... Oh, Dark Age? Okay, that was weird. Alright, I'll just speed up the Dark Age a bit. We'll have Wide as the red Ethiopians to the southwest, and Prisma as the yellow Vietnamese to the northeast, holding the gate open with a goat and pushing in the ostrich. So what are we going to have here? Vils out on the wood line, heading in a lumber camp. More ostriches being pushed in on the way. And that zebra finally going to the TC. So, Ethiopian Vietnamese. A matchup where... Are Shotel Warriors good against Fire Lancers? Neither of these civs strikes me as a super aggressive push down the middle in the Castle Age civ. Perhaps the Vietnamese could go for Rattan Archers. But on this map, you can't do the castle drop forward because of the quicksand terrain. This feels like we're going to have a good old boom. That both sides will be booming. Feudal Age, then Loom and a Vil for Wide. Market and surely a blacksmith there as he goes up to the Castle Age. Showtails are very good versus Fire Lancers. Butter says that with the confidence of someone who surely has experience. Butter says, I do Showtails against Fire Lancers in my sleep. Not sure if you want to go Showtail still, though. So there we will have Loom on the way for Prisma as the mining camp goes up here. And Bills will head out to the lumber camp as Wide sends 3 to gold. 3 to gold is the Ethiopians. Okay, wait a minute. The Ethiopians get free gold when they hit Castle Age. That's a lot of gold for the Ethiopians to be taking. Will we see double workshops from the Ethiopians? Not the civ I usually think of for that build. Prisma going up much more slowly. I mean, what the heck is this? 20 population, or that was a 19 pop feudal, then 1 Vil and a Loom. And Castle Age, this is an incredibly fast Castle Age from Wide. It's going to be up like 12 minutes. Is he going to buy? He sold the stone. He sold the stone to go up. So what the heck is this build order? This is amazing. I've never seen something this fast before. He's going to be up 12 minutes. He had 11 seconds of idle time. You can get up in under 12 minutes. What the heck? Yeah, this is amazing. I hope this works now. I just want to see it. Is Prisma up to feudal? But workshop. Okay, workshop immediately. I was hoping double workshop. But workshop and monastery. Okay, Ethiopians, what is their monk texture? No redemption. They have everything else in the Castle Age. They have atonement, sanctity, fervor. So, monks and mangonels, or monks and rams, or monks and scorpions. So the wood was for a monastery. And still only selling the stone at the market. Hello, Langzander. I'm impressed by this build from Wide. That's what this is the highlight of my day so far, seeing what's gonna happen with that mangonel and monk. This here is impressive. Did I miss? You missed a 12-minute Castle Age time. What was the time there? 12:06 Castle Age on a 3-vil start from Wide. I think this is the fastest Castle Age I've seen in a pro game. I've seen faster castles just for the heck of it. but actually having the eco to do something, and this is a mangonel, a ram, and a monk, ready to walk into a bar. Prisma will wall that up. He better start fat slobbing. He had better start fat slobbing up this passage. Is there a hole there? There's an unfinished wall. He needs to finish that. Yeah, and that monk will probably stop the wall. He's not going to get this wall up in time, is he? Try to get some HP there. He does have loom. Now that the monk's there, the last thing Prisma wants is a converted villager in his base. So the palisade gate, that goes down right away. That's basically paper. And Prisma will start walling up. The monk could probably convert over that wood line, try to hit a mill. Okay, defensive workshop from Prisma. And Prisma will have a much better economy. Much better economy. He's up by 500 res collected. And let's see, did he sell his stone too? No, he didn't sell his stone. What did he spend his stone on? Oh, on the stone walls, of course. Okay. I was like, wait, 25 stone? That doesn't work out for TCs or towers. Duh, he built stone walls. Well, my mind forgot for a second that you could spend stone on stuff other than TCs and towers. Is free res collected? I don't know if it does, Butter. I'm not sure if it does. He turned his stone into walls instead of gold. Alright, so mangonel micro time. Oh, nice shot from Prisma. Wide misses completely, but gets the mangonel. Alright, and this is where the ram you don't want the ram in the direct path of the mangonels. And if this workshop goes down, then there will be no defensive mangonels for Prisma. He needs to get another mangonel out, and part of me feels the monks maybe need to convert the repairville so that doesn't happen. One mangonel pops out, and then if it gets a kill, that will be deadly, and does not get the kill. Manages to survive, though, very low on HP, doesn't get the second shot. It goes down. 1 HP is all you need for wide, and his mangonel needs to avoid running into TC fire. Needs to avoid being picked off by vills. Those monks try to get conversions, the workshop goes down, and this is gonna work. Chat, this is gonna work. Second workshop for Prisma, he's getting another mangonel out. But now there are 3 mangonels besieging his TC. And he will try to do a watchtower, but I don't think that goes up. He needs to buy himself time for the mangonel. Wide maybe needs a repairville. That tower doesn't go up. And the mangonel dodges. TCs are very expensive to repair. A 4th mangonel on the way for wide. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. Jill goes down. The houses are being... He's gonna be housed. He's gonna be housed. He spent all the wood repairing the TC and repairing the mangonel. And wait just a minute. If that house goes down, he's not gonna be able to make another mangonel. And he's not... Will he have the wood to make a house? Well, there goes the TC. There goes the house. He's now at 33 out of 25 pop space. That mangonel will not pop out. The wreck is speeding up because he's won the game. Because Wide has won the game. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. There's the GG from Prisma. That was amazing. Wide. 19 pop up. 1 vill and loom in the feudal age. Sold the stone. 1 workshop, 1 monastery. Only had 44 seconds of idle time too. Even kept the TC running after that. Oh my god, that was the best mangonel push I've ever seen. Vietnamese don't have redemption, so they can't just do monk defense. Tall played from wide. Wide looking wider than Nilly walking in that game. And it's 8-3 KD for wide. Res collected. 1206 castle. I'll have to do a deep dive into this build order and see just how amazing that was. It was beautiful. Wide earning his good old clown card. Let's get the scoreboard 1-1. So Prisma did win game 1. Wide won his home map, and oh boy, did he have a strat for that home map. civs, that was Khitans over Jurchens, but then Ethiopians over Vietnamese. And the final map shall be Mudflow. We'll have an 80-second spec delay, and this set, we got 20 minutes. This set might even be over in time for Overtaken versus Valas at 18 GMT. And then the final set of the day will then be Classic Pro versus StonePlease at 20 GMT. Dang, that was the best bypass game I've ever seen. That was amazing. I don't know if Wide will win the series, but he's won life from that build. Did I remove crocodiles on Seychelles? Yeah, T90 wanted them removed. Not everyone's Bozzy. Not everyone likes predators on their maps. He said to remove all of them. I guess the outside ones don't really make too much of a difference anyway. But yeah, usually I prefer predators and stuff, but yeah, different people have different preferences for their maps. I know Mem removed all the predators on KOTD Arabia. I don't really like that. I like having predators on Arabia. Different people, different preferences. So here we have Prisma as the yellow Georgians to the west, Wide as the red Wu to the east. A couple of houses go up here. Aggressive animals lead to some of the funniest moments, or just stop. They do lead to the funniest moments. So I've not seen anyone dock their own pond yet, but now that Wide is the Wu, he gets extra food for building the dock, and I've also noticed he's not taking the salmon, he's taking the buffalo. Whereas Prisma is taking the salmon. Could this be, chat, could this be a game where someone docks their own pond? I have hope. I have hope for Wide. I have a lot of hope. He's going to need to start collecting from the reeds. So the reeds around your TC will have 250 wood. That means you can do 2 fishing ships in a lumber camp, and he's taking the reed. Then you also would need, okay, he's going to do the lumber camp first. He's going to do the lumber camp. Because you'd also need houses. You'd also need houses if you do that. You could do 1 fishing ship, a lumber camp, and some houses with a dock. Mr. Vidian's another civ that could do that for the pop space on the dock. And looks like Wide will be doing the lumber camp to take the wood lines out here. Yeah, that's a... I have a small update for Mudflow. Right now, all the wood lines are these small clumps that are scattered randomly around the map. And it can make it a bit inconsistent whether players have them by the TC or don't. So I'm just going to have specific per player wood lines around the top of their base. So they consistently do have the same number of wood lines and the same amount of wood. Oysters in the pond? I wonder if people would dock that. With object trees or forest.inc? This just with my own forest code. I don't use forest.inc. I think forest.inc can lead to... Oh, that's part of the Arabia desyncs. So all the map code, I don't use any of the includes when I write my own maps. I find them to be more trouble than they're worth. Ooh, that villager very low, has to garrison. Wide'll get the elephant in, and he still hasn't taken the fish. The scout will find an unloomed vill, but she will have a hill advantage. And another vill will come over. Should Wide have ran to the TC? Will that scout die? The scout will be walled in. So, well, good job killing the vill. You trapped the scout. Although the scout could see... Oh no, the scout won't see a dock. The scout won't see a dock. So once Loom comes in, then Wide can do some more wall and kill the scout. And oh, it's a barracks. The barracks going up. And he's still not taking the fish. Still Wide. Give us a dock, please. Please give us a dock. Maybe he's thinking, you know what? I'll do the militia. And he's the woo. He'll get food from the barracks. And he'll try to drush. And he'll drush while fish spooing. And maybe this will be a drush FC. Maybe this will be a drush FC. Or maybe it becomes a bit too boring. Maybe. But I think players like having fair maps. What I like more is maps like islands that we had for Hidden Cup, where there's still a bunch of randomness to the generation, but it's not necessarily fair versus unfair, because it's still the same resources, but it's still pretty random with how the entire map as a whole generates. Stuff like Thames in Red Bull is the type of map that can be fun, but I don't think you can replay that map over and over and over like you could Arabia or Arena or other maps that have a good bit of randomness to them. Because it does feel pretty consistent how it's the same thing repeatedly. There are always balances to try to reach. Like on Black Forest, where you have the passage generation, the pond generation for 4v4s to make it random. And, oh, 2 Vills going forward with the Militia, both players up to feudal. And now the Vills are on the salmon. Oh, Wide, I was hoping so much for the dock. Now just going for a drush. And the walls are up for Prisma, as we have another archery range forward. The hope is also that by having woodlines a bit more consistent, it gives players the option of using them. And they can plan strats around having them, and without having them, then there's so much randomness for the immediate Dark Age start that they can't plan a build. Bond's not right. That's for crappy DE Black Forest, though. I'm talking about actual Rage Forest. Spear wants to poke the scout. Man-at-Arms attacking the palisade. And we'll have Arson on the way for Wide. Scout will attack the archer. The spear comes over to give a poke, but the scout runs away. And so far, so good for Prisma, holding this off, and Wide at home, not attacked at all, using the small wood lines by the TC. And go forward for the mangrove if he wants to, but hasn't had to do that yet. Mule Cart still serving as a nice drop-off site for Prisma. Seems to clarify why he wanted Georgians on this map. And he will... Oh no, that Vill walled out. He has to walk the long way around. Oh, poor villager. And tower follow-up from Wide. Alright, he really wants to push through here. And this is the advantage of the downhill areas by the TC. I've seen a few players try to do this with their drushes. They take advantage of having the hill bonus when attacking houses. And tower going up for Prisma. And the skirm is still getting javelined down. There's the tower for wide. And the house stays up for Prisma. So Prisma with the defensive tower manages to keep the men-at-arms out. And now wide, he's done a lot of damage, but he is down by 3 vills. He's idled his TC to do a lot of this damage. And right now he's moving out to farmers, but is about to finish his berries and doesn't have anyone on food. I think this would have been still a perfect location to start doing fish traps. So he has two berry patches on the map. He's about to finish the forage bushes, and he's gonna have to rely on more farming eco now, as he's maybe done more disruption to his own TC with idling it with all this military he's produced than he's actually managed to do to Prisma so far. Prisma actually has 1 eco kill on one of those forward vills, and the tower rush looks like it will be won by Prisma. Had more vills to pop inside the tower. And wide's pressure may be starting to peter out. As the double bit axe will be on the way for him, but Prisma's had that for a while. Men-at-arms trying to break through, fending off the skirms. Skirms will hit the men-at-arms. And they might have to run away from the house. And he's gonna stick in there for a bit. Can't stick there forever, he will lose HP. As the walls go up. More farms added in around that mill for Prisma. Valas is trying to wall up behind this. And the skirm still with the stone walls, keeping this out. Wide with a score lead. Still keeping pace in eco despite being down in vills. He's very cleanly farming at home. Chopping wood in the middle. Has stone he can go to if he wants more towers. But so far he's dominated the entire map. He's not let Prisma get anywhere near the middle. Nowhere close. And he's forcing Prisma to invest more and more into the walls. Finally a blacksmith, doesn't even have fletching yet. He will be going for wheelbarrow. So Prisma has a big farming eco, but doesn't have that many mills near it. So it won't be that efficient. That Valas to run a marathon just to drop off from that farm. And the skirms are in, the skirms are in. And one big skirm fight with a couple of men-at-arms here from the Woo. And I guess the Woo were more happy to just stick in with the men-at-arms on the houses because they heal. And this is a lot of idle time for Prisma as he's now pulling vills to fight the skirmishers. And one man-at-arms will be running away, chased by the vills. Still surprisingly close for being down 3 vills. We'll see if that maybe leapfrogs ahead with all that idle time. And, well, he did close the vill gap a bit. And got a kill. Maybe forced some idling of the TC. Well, there's wheelbarrow, so about 3 vills ahead for Prisma. He's running out of his own wood lines, and he will be doing a dock and a market. And now some skirms will scout this army of Prismas. As they head back, the market will be up for wide. And Nice little passage there for a demo to shoot down. And there's the demo. There's the demo. Okay, wide. If wide connects with this demo, that will be insane. And with the skirm, he sees this army. He sees it. Maybe he can get Prisma to attack and maybe slow him down a bit. Skirms, I don't think skirms will be able to stop the demo. And getting in on the wood line, if he's... Wait, he can be walled in. Wide just needs to wall properly and trap the skirms. One bit of walling there. And here comes the demo. Here comes the demo. And he's just gonna get all the skirms. Every single skirm. He was taunting him for a bit, sailing around trying to find the right angle. The skirms didn't kill a Vil. They all die. And both players up to the Castle Age Prisma slightly faster. 3 ranges. Looks like he'll go Cav Archers. So nice to see skirms die. Maybe that's what we need. More demos. More demos for Arabia to kill the skirms. Oh, that was a beautiful demo hit. And now wide. What's he going to do when he's up? He still is not walled. He still is wide open at home. A demo. That demo was a work of art. Wide open. Oh, here come a couple of archers. Hello, archers. We need another demo somewhere. Right now, the problem for wide, though, he doesn't have a way to defend against the archers, and he didn't finish walling up. Now that's a dead Vil. Has he noticed this? I don't think he's noticed this. Not like he's forward anywhere. He's just dealing with it. Now he's trying to wall. Technically trying to wall. He's chopped so much wood, he doesn't have much wood on the front anymore. Those Vils are going down. Oh, nice house. That'll save the Vils. Or not. Almost save them. Could do a house there. There he goes. Could do another bit of wall in here. House and a palisade. But they will run into Cav Archers. Oh no, oh no. Disaster for wide. Disaster for wide. He did not make any military during that feudal to castle transition. He didn't make any skirms. If he had a range in 2 or 3 skirms, he'd be fine. But instead, those Vils feel like they're about to get demoed themselves. Look at them, low HP, clumping up archers with Bodkin on the hill. Husbandry for the Cav Archers, and there's the GG from wide. And it went from a great demo to suddenly he had nothing. I mean, maybe he could have even made a galley or 2 on the way up. He needed something. Just any military. What did he scout? He didn't... No, he saw the 3 ranges, too. Maybe the skirm was late scouting that. Funny what a few archers can do. What kind of damage do petards do against units? They do pretty much nothing. Petards are only useful against buildings. There is, if you remember the Genghis Khan campaign, the special unit, the Saboteur. That actually does a good deal of damage against units, but you can't train that in-game. It's just its own special scenario unit. Alright. So, one more set after this. One more set after this, as we'll just... Or 2 more sets after this, but the next set should start right now. That's 2-1 for Prisma. And he'll win on Mudflow. And that will be the Georgians over the Wu. So nice game from wide. It's still kind of disappointed we didn't get the dock. But he did give us a nice demo. And he gave us the wonderful 1206 Castle Age timing. In game number 2. So, the next set will be the rescheduled one from yesterday, Valas versus Overtaken. Let me get that set up. Oh, I have the wrong logo too. This is the gold logo. That should have been gold. Okay, one final scoreboard where everything's right. The Valas versus Overtaken. Update the YouTube title too. This is again in the Gold League. These are 2 gold players. And Classic Pro StonePlease will be our next set after this. So we can maybe take a look at the standings as we wait for them to get started. Let me just check if they have the draft up yet. Our base is typing. Our base is typing, so I think they're about to draft. Either that or our base is telling us they're canceling again. Hopefully not. And we'll check out the standings. So what do we have here? We have, as Prisma wins over wide. This is Group A. Valas Overtaken. The Group A is insane. To think that someone like Miguel might even drop down to silver is crazy. Funny. Valesa looked really good in his first game. Valas did suffer a loss to wide, though. So Prisma, if I had to take a guess here, I'd say it goes Valesa, Prisma, Valas as the top three. But wide already did beat Valas, so that puts him in a tough spot. Yeah, also we need to see Doubt play more games. Look at Doubt getting the top match spot everywhere in that group. Alright, so let's see. Our base is typing about the drafts. There we go. Ooh, and a map I haven't seen in a while, but we will get Seychelles as game number 1. And there we are. Seychelles is game 1, Quarry for game 2, Quarry for the home map for Valas, and Slopes for the home map for Overtaken. So stay tuned. I'm just gonna go grab my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Who won? Prisma won. Alright, welcome back, everyone. And let's see, they're done with the draft, and I think just about to get started. So, in the lobby for Seychelles. Our base is in the lobby with Valas. I'm kind of sad, though, that Wide wasn't able to pull out that final game with that demo. Oh, that was a beautiful demo. So, looking at the drafts, Persians, Armenians, the first picks. Overtaken with Persians, Japanese, and Byzantines, and Mongols. Well, he's got 3 civs for Seychelles, and Persians, Japanese, and Byzantines. Mongols, I'd imagine. There is extra hunt both on slopes and on quarry, but the Mongols do have to risk going out to the shorefish ponds for those hares. Ethiopians, Vietnamese, Koreans, Dravidians for Valas, then after the Armenians. I mean, Koreans are Koreans, right? We've seen what those Fire Lancers can do. I still don't think there's an answer to Fire Lancers. Koreans late game, the only way to beat them is to be super far ahead in eco like we saw on that High Tides game. So what's our predictions here, chat? I think Valas, if he's in shape, should be the heavy favorite. but I never know what shape any of the Finnish players are in. And I know they still play quite a few team games, and I know Valas is definitely active in Rage Forest usually, but I don't know what his 1v1 shape is. And we're launching, and perhaps no surprise, the civs for Seychelles will be Persians versus Armenians. I guess the Japanese maybe could have been picked for Seychelles. They'll have a much better late game on the water than the Persians will. Romans... I mean, saying that though, I guess at the end of the day, Persians at least do have cannon galleons, so they can hit farther inland than the Romans can. But still, not having bracer for the galleon line hurts. That really hurts. I don't see them surviving on water against potential Cilician fleet even. Well, maybe we'll see a good demo again. Cilician fleet does give potential for good demos. My coffee's in the too hot to drink stage. I gotta leave it sit there for a minute. I want my coffee though. So what do you think, chat? Will Persians be able to end this before the Armenians take a late game advantage? I would love Persians on something like High Tides, where you have a very small body of water to fight over and you can go fires early on. For Seychelles, where it's a larger water map, and there's more room on the outside, not as much. Not quite as much. I think that they're useful where you have the early game bonus for the faster working docks, and the late game don't have the tech tree that they really need. See, are we launching into this? We didn't launch into it. And, alright, failed to download match content, DE, no. Download the match content, okay. We have downloaded the match content. There we go. Alright, so we'll have Valas as the green Armenians to the west and Overtaken as the blue Persians to the east. We did have a small bug death counter I noticed. I don't know if this was my fault or if it was in the map earlier, if I had edited it. But we had occasionally these fish would spawn on the beach terrain down here. Or, no, the berries, or one of them would spawn on the beach terrain down there. So I just restricted them to spawning up here. A very minor thing, was pretty rare. But these are guaranteed to spawn up here at the top now. And it's a nice little trick in objects generation to have a group of shorefish spawn in the middle. Spaced out rather nicely next to everything else. So it will be Armenians, starting with the mule cart on the wood line. Ooh, probably didn't want to kill that pig, though. Yeah, that's a bit awkward to kill the pig outside the TC and have it lay rotting. But we will now have a dock on the outside here. A dock on the outside for Overtaken. Yeah. It was also, I'll call it a minor bug, and I think it was just in my version that I edited for this, where we had like one tile of beach terrain that stretched across the outside of the map. Like this is okay. This is actually still chunky enough. It's like 3 tiles. You could do stuff here. Like a 1 tile gap where you could basically just do a dock block. So I ensured that there's no dock blocking as far as I can tell. Although I guess you could try to do it here. I don't know if that's close enough, but at least not right against the edge of the map. So different docking approaches. Overtaken goes immediately for the middle, and this is what the Persians would like. Overtaken would love for Valas also to dock the middle, so he could get into a fire galley fight. And the one change we did add, this is probably the biggest change, is we added oysters. There should be 8 oysters in the middle. What's weird is that straggler rainforest trees on the small islands can now spawn right next to the resources. Something I just checked can't happen. Straggler resource. I don't think I changed anything regarding them. I mean, like that one next to the fruit bushes? It's also just a tree. Or these things right next to these resources? Is marine biologist not interested in other marine life than dolphins and whales? Look, I hadn't noticed that. I don't think I changed anything regarding those. But I can push them away then, maybe. Add that to my list of stuff to look at. Seychelles, keep jungle for rainforest tree stragglers away from neutral resources on extra islands. Alright. Oh yeah, that is pretty awkward. Oh wow. I wonder how that happened. That is very weird. So loom there for Valas. And scouts will fight each other. Sometimes the scouts don't... Yeah, they don't look straight at each other when they fight. Yeah, that scout keeps turning to the inside. So something weird going on there with the targeting. Yeah, that scout's just like whacking the air next to Valas' scout. Overtaken, where are you aiming? You're still doing damage. The animation looks off, though. Yeah, look at that. What is going on with that scout? Why is it only one scout? Oh, that was a weird animation. Oh, here comes the transport. Oh, will the transport try to block? Oh, and up to feudal first is overtaken, and he kills Valas' scout. So Valas will dock the middle. Valas has not seen... Oh, he has seen the dock from Overtaken. But I think this is exactly what Overtaken wants, for Valas to dock the middle. Then he can go for a couple of fires and win. That faster working Persian dock hasn't made a fire yet. But if he wants one to be safe, he can do it. And it will be a stable. Scouts opening. All right, scouts on this map. Assenville's going to chop the tree over by the fish here. Cool guys don't look at combat. And, okay, transport out there. Looking for, where's the transport there? Okay, Valas still has his transport. Scouting around the outside, he sees that there is no back dock. And Overtaken will have scouted the back dock from Valas. So, Town Watch and a double bit axe both on the way for Valas. And a dock on the way now. Double docks for Valas in the middle. Overtaken still trying to do more fishing ships. Hasn't scouted that. Maybe a mistake from his scouting not to have seen it. Ooh, just a couple tiles off. Will he wander down there? Oh, will he wander down? There is still no fire ship, and he's not prepared for this. He sees the dock on the outside, and he's assuming there won't be a dock in the middle. Now he sees the barracks, and he's probably thinking this is wood for a barracks, not wood for other docks, but the eco from Valas can sustain all of this. Another thing Valas could do wrong here is if he runs his lumber camp or his mule cart vills, his lumberjacks, and lets the scouts see the docks. So far, so good for hiding the docks. And out of the shadows, here come 2 fire galleys right on the fish, and this is exactly where Overtaken did not want to happen. Ironically, this is what the Persians want. They want faster working docks in the small pond. At the same time, though, 3 scouts forward, picking off vills. Another spear pops out of the barracks, and this vill will try to get a wall off. Not going to be fully walled, so the vills will have to small wall themselves. Hard to wall, or a bit awkward to wall by the shorefish. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think you can walk over the water, even with the shorefish taken. I think you have to... You can use that as a wall. Not like the oysters, which you can't wall with. You can walk over the oysters. Here it's the terrain underneath the fish, which means you can't walk. It's the shoreless water, if I recall. Or maybe it's azure water that just doesn't have the shore because it's placed in objects generation. One or the other. And Fire Galley is disrupting the entire fishing eco. Great play from Valas with the docks. And res collected, overtaken, only 300 ahead of the Persians. And he will lose that fishing ship lead he has. That build count will close back down. 3-2 KD, Eco KD for Valas. Nothing garrisoned in the TC with all the fishing, as Valas' fishing eco is looking just fine. And oh, there's a villain, a transport ship. Maybe he's up to something sneaky. Maybe he's got a plan to come back here, do some ranges. Something on the land. As these fishing ships all go down, and Valas has completely dominated the middle water. 2 fishing ships left, hiding down here. Second dock from Overtaken, and he's thinking of coming back on the water, but he will need a lot of fire galleys to make that a possibility. And if he's invested into fighting in the middle, he's not going to be fighting fishing ships on the outside, and Valas will continue having a free fish boom. However, the Persian eco, nothing to be trifled with. And he is up still by almost 400 to 500 res collected. Rectangle versus circle, yeah, it did spawn that way. Spear is near the gold. We'll turn and fend the scouts off. Lavilles on the shorefish just finished. And we'll have Castle Age for both players, but much faster for Overtaken. And as the Persians, what will he do? Will he add TCs and boom? Will he just go aggressive? I feel that aggression on this map, if you don't have the buildings for it, is tough because of the long rush distance and how far apart the 2 islands are separated. However, if instead, oh, and we're seeing 2 ranges. All right, it'll be Cav Archers then from Overtaken. If instead he were to boom, I think it would put him at risk of the game going late and then losing to Armenians on water. But here he is, faster working Persian docks, pumps out fires, gets a decent demo hit. And Valas had added 4 fishing ships in the middle, and it might be his turn to regret fishing in the middle. As War Galley is on the way for Overtaken, and he is soon to have fire ships. And those scouts now dealing with pikemen, Armenian pikemen. And they get poked. You can do the pikemen on the way up to the castle age to defend. What a play. Did they get a discount for their... No, they're just available earlier. Okay, that's cute. Yeah, Castle Age Halbs. Well, I guess you have to go Cav Archers then. You don't want to fight Castle Age Halbs with Knights. There's that Relic Church up immediately for Valas, as he's doing War Galley too. And he does not want to give up on the middle, no. Maybe his mistake is he should have put War Galley in the back dock instead of the front dock, and then had more production. But he's getting quite a few demos. More Cav Archers walk forward. If he gets demos, he can secure this coastline more easily. And no ballistics, so the Cav Archers will struggle to hit anything. Ballistics extra important indeed. And the pikemen wanting to fend off the Cav Archers. Micro so important to avoid getting poked here. And some low HP fills for Valas will start dying even without ballistics. I think the University and ballistics though is the next step for Overtaken. Either that or a forward workshop. He's doing houses at home, making sure he doesn't get housed. He's still working marathon distance on these lumber camps. I'll need to move them to new woodlines soon. Stormtroopers on horses. Pretty much. I mean, it's one thing for them to have 50% accuracy, It's another thing for ballistics to be less accurate. No, outside dock for Overtaken, and he will fire ship down some of the fishing ships for Valas. So Valas also getting hit on the water. Going for a monk defense now. So 2, 3 TCs and monk defense. Oh, that TC is going to be denied. Bodkin's in for the cav archers. And is this 7 dead villagers? Oh, there's one. Valas, is he running? Oh no, oh no. Not like this, Valas. No, 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 no. And it is 7 dead vills. And that TC is denied. Well, Overtaken. Looks like he has lost the water in the middle. So Valas might be able to fish a bit, but it'll be another dead vill by that house. That's now a 21 to 8 vill KD. Make that 22 to 8. And let's see, that was lumber camp still running out. Nothing here really threatened though. And workshop will go up for Valas. Cav archers will run away from the monks. And a couple of cav archers in the back still ready to pounce on any vills that would try to finish the TC. Workshop up for Valas. The scores are still really close, but I think Valas is in a very rough situation. Overtaken's able now to add in a Persian TC and a market. That'll fix the wood shortage he was about to have with the lumber camps running out. And look at this, 23 to 12 military. The cav archers are in peak Hoover territory. Chased away by the monks. The cav archers run. And the vills will go build that TC. More cav archers are running forward. Vills going down. The TC finishes, and somehow Valas has maintained the same number of eco units as Overtaken has, and mostly it's because of the fishing. It's because of the fishing on the outside. No more fish on the inside. No one able to fish consistently on the inside. Maybe Valas is adding a 4th TC, 3rd TC from Overtaken. Maybe Valas still has a shot in this game because of the fish. Their best time to get thumb ring for CA? When you can afford it, honestly, because your thumb ring, the wood for thumb ring, is competing against the wood you need for the university and ballistics upgrades, and ballistics is far more important than thumb ring. And it's also competing against your TCs, so you're always questioning what do you spend the wood on. Also against workshops in Siege. So it's a question of, do you want TCs, or do you want a bit more attack speed on the cav archers? It does have a pretty good effect on cav archers because of how low their accuracy is. The downside, though, is if you do thumb ring plus ballistics, then you perfectly miss moving targets. Or thumb ring, yeah. If you do thumb ring without ballistics, there we go. Thumb ring without doing ballistics, you perfectly miss moving targets. With the 100% accuracy. You always miss the moving targets. You'll shoot at the spot they were with 100% accuracy as they run away. Okay, can actually, with the long fire delay of cav archers, can actually make it kind of tricky to use them properly. So I would... There are situations where you're taking a big cav archer versus knight fight, and you're not really worried about hitting moving targets because the knights are running straight at you. There are situations there you might want thumb ring more than ballistics, but in general, ballistics far more important, and I'd usually recommend saving the wood. And the food, too. So there's ballistics for Valas. There'll be ballistics for the Scorpions. Cav archers in these numbers, 19, should be able to take out the Scorpions. They only have 40 hit points. But, yeah, without ballistics, we see this all the time. Villagers on wood lines simply run away from cav archers if they don't have ballistics, because they can't hit retreating targets. Scorpions kill a cav archer, and an outpost will go up for that villager. And there is Parthian tactics. So that will give more armor for the cav archers, more pierce armor. It'll help them survive a bit longer against the Scorpions. Do have bloodlines now. Can still do their next armor upgrade, and then actually get up to 5 pierce armor, or up to 4 pierce armor. So that's only +1 for the Castle Age upgrade. So 4 Castle Age pierce armor is pretty darn good. Oh my gosh, can the fire hit the Scorpions? It can, but not enough. Not quite enough. Cav archers will run through. Still no ballistics, so hard to get a proper raid. And Overtaken on 3 TCs, keeping pace with Valas on 4. What's the Persian bonus in the Castle Age? 15% faster? Valas still fishing more and doing handcart. And hello, Snoopy. How you doing, Snoopy? And forward workshop from Overtaken. Forward workshop. Cav archers killed. Oh, but the Scorpions see the workshop. They see the Vil. Valas, are you paying attention? Are you paying attention to the Vil? You can deny the workshop. You can deny the workshop, Valas. And it goes up. It goes up. Gonna stop that. And we have Imp. Imp on the way for Overtaken. He's pushing. Vil fighting the Scorpions. Losing some cav archers, but destroying the Scorpions. They all go down. Cav archers also killed by Valas. And we'll have a castle. Castle on the way. Mangonel comes over. And the cav archers will retreat from the TC. We'll have an outpost up for Overtaken. And a little over a minute slower up will be Valas. Persians will have bombard cannon, but no siege engineers. Armenians will not have cannon, they will not have siege engineers. They only have capped ram, so Treb's their only option. Or Dromans. Now, if he can Droman this castle, would have to have good water control. That's pretty far inland. As some Vils go for the castle, a Mangonel comes forward. And the 2 Mangonels will look to hit each other. 1 Mangonel retreats. This it might be a no ballistics challenge. He really does need ballistics. He needs to get the castle up. His Vil's gonna start running. But the Mangonel will try to prevent this. Workshop forward. That's a workshop from Valas. Don't think that'll go up. Maybe it's just a quick wall now. Ooh, Vil goes down. Keep the cav archers away. Now very low on HP. Warning shots. And chemistry for Overtaken. Masonry on the way from the university, and another castle going up for Overtaken. Chainmail, Squires, and Imperial Age on the way for Valas. The University Mangonel down. And another Treb popping out from this castle. Double castle Treb production with chemistry for a bombard cannon. And Valas has the score lead, but Overtaken's ready to do a really strong push here. Some composite bowmen being trained from Valas, but he'll only get so many of them if he has to focus on the Trebs and might be losing this castle. Cavalier on the way behind this. Will he go straight for Cavaliers or will he wait for Savars? No Halb upgrade yet for Valas. If he's spending gold on Trebs, it might be hard to afford Halb. We see Citadels. That's expensive. I think maybe Savars is the more crucial tech. Or Savars is the more crucial tech. We could see Citadels, though. It helps a lot in the Treb fights, taking less bonus damage. Because of all of that 250 bonus damage that gets hit from the Treb against the castles, reducing that by, was it 25%? So what's 25% of 250? 20% would be 50, so you're reducing more than 50 damage. It is cool with the bullet castles. And it does help out quite a lot against Trebs. And each player might lose a castle, but as long as one castle's up for Overtaken, he is okay then to make some cav and charge in. And yeah, the Droman cannot reach that far. Dromans are limited, only 12 range. The castle is down, and here comes a Mangonel. Here come the cav archers without the castle to protect the Trebs. They are now at the mercy of Overtaken. If he can run forward with the cav archers, maybe destroy them, maybe hit the repair vills at least. And now Overtaken's ready to move forward with his own Trebs. 5 Trebs is maybe enough to defend? Part of me thinks the cav archers need to focus the vills here and not the Trebs. They're not going to destroy the Trebs. And there'll be repair vills for both players, some pikemen going down. And we're still waiting for the Savars. If that had been a cavalier charge instead of cav archers, the Trebs would be destroyed. But instead it's a pierce attack unit, so the Trebs stand. And Overtaken's push maybe stalls out then as Valas gets another defensive castle. Valas also stonewalling one side? Is there a hole in the wall? The villagers are trying to cosplay as a wall there. Maybe that should be a sub-goal, a wall cosplay. But unpacked Trebs have enough armor. He didn't necessarily have to run. These Trebs, he wanted to be next to a castle. Those ones. He probably could have stayed there and continued fighting. But at this point, now the Cavaliers would be threatening. And he still has to worry about the bombard cannon, too. The cannon with its accuracy will be deadly. And how will this fight go now? Bill's still repairing the Trebs. Cannon comes forward. Cav archers to deal with Halbs. And Cavaliers, once the Halb numbers go down, will be ready to pounce on the Trebs. Halbs want to hit the cannon. They're dancing a bit. They're using the flank formation. And now some skirm. So Cav archer Cavalier against Halb skirm. If Overtaken has the eco, he has the stronger units. But these are still normal Cav archers, not heavy Cav archers. They do at least have Parthian. But remember, no bracer for the Persians. And his forward repair vills going down. He's got 5 vills left somehow behind that Treb. But loses another Treb. Gets more cannon out behind this, though. At the same time, looks like we have a Halb raid. Halb raid from Valas. A couple of cav archers might be able to deal with that. But again, the cav archers will be amassed on the other side. Treb hitting the other Trebs. One-shots the packed Treb. Let's go. There's all that pierce armor removed from the Treb when it packs. Oh, but at the same time, a cannon runs into the castle. Does the bombard cannon splash on the repair vills? Yes, it does, but not that much. It only has a 0.5 tile blast width. I don't know if that's actually the width or the radius. I've seen it written differently in different menus. I would have experimented with that 5 years ago, but I forget the results. Cannon destroying the workshop, and then we have handcart and iron casting on the way for Overtaken. On the water, Droman attacking a transport ship, and transports and outposts for Valas around the back of Overtaken's island. Valas' outposted Overtaken. Alright, outpost rushing. I like that. I don't know if that was a transport bill or a bill that just walked. But nice use of the outposts. Or some Halb still raiding. Overtaken has not cleaned up these Halbs. Only has 147 vills, so he maybe doesn't need to. But this castle's still under cannon fire. Treb shooting away at it, as are the cannon. And split micro on the bombard cannon. Dodge the treb shots. Scores are still really close. Overtaken closer to 200 pop, though. Oh, chemistry on the way. But Overtaken, he's doing it. He's focusing the university. He might actually destroy the university before chemistry comes in. And 38 HP. He needs one more shot. He needs one more shot. No! Wait, did it finish? That was close. 98%. It didn't finish. It didn't finish. It did not finish. I thought he stopped shooting it for a second. Our chemistry does not come in. Cilician fleet on the way, but no chemistry. Doesn't really matter as much for the Armenians. They don't have bombard cannons, so it's just one extra attack. But finally, I see someone destroy the university and deny attack. 98% denied. And there's Thumb Ring. There's Thumb Ring. You see, Overtaken doesn't prioritize that until Imp. Ballistics, trebs, lots of other things to spend the wood on. It's a good tech, don't get me wrong, but have to get the priorities right. And now Skirms splattered by the cannons. The cannon will move forward and attack the castle. The castle dropping steadily in HP. It's 20 vills repairing. That's 1/6 of the economy. Bending stone. Long swordsman being researched, but then so is Savar. And I don't think champion will come in time. For Valas. Valas, though, trying to move forward with some barracks. He will have a last-ditch effort to raid Overtaken. The trebs and the cannon keep shooting. Treb shots falling from the sky on the castle as the cannon also land shots on it. Helm's starting to poke the cavaliers, but they have the cav archers behind them. Up to 4 trebs now for Valas, who is so desperate to clear the trebs. But all of his halbs go down, the cavalier push whoops in, fends off the skirms, and I don't know if there are enough cavaliers yet left to hit trebs. There's 1 treb going down. That makes it easier to play some dodgeball with fewer shots raining from the sky. And the bombard cannon will continue shooting away at that castle. Trebs behind them, the castle dropping under 1k HP. Two-handed swordsmen being researched, but there are 0 longswords alive right now. It's going to be a while before a champion swap comes in. And also Feriders for the extra HP. Not researched yet. That castle being repaired, though, back up to about half HP. Cannon fended off a bit by the skirms. Valas still wants to raid. He has a two-handed swordsman raiding the Oystervilles of Overtaken. Still hoping Overtaken runs out of gold at some point. He's got a 1.2k gold stockpile. He's buying stone to repair, though. More stone he has to buy to repair. Less gold he'll have for champions. No repair vills, though. No repair vills on the trebs for Overtaken. But Overtaken now has the cannon in a position where he can snipe the trebs and destroys all of the trebs from Valas. Valas holding at that castle for so long. Some fire ships doing damage to Overtaken's vills on land. Overtaken's down to 115 vills. And he's chopped most of the wood on the mainland. And actually won't have access to the resource islands if Valas controls the water as the Armenians. This is where I was saying Persians lake game on the water. When you don't have Bracer, look at their tech tree, no shipwright. They have fully upgraded galleons, fast fires, and demos. Individually, the ships are okay, but no shipwright, no Bracer. And fast fire is what you have to do, because your galleons without the range will lose hard to Armenians who will have double that +2 range instead of just +1. That's Cilician fleet and with Bracer. How much has it taken? A lot. Capture range. Can you see that? I think it might hide that behind the paywall. Another random paywalled feature. Here's what on Valas' island. Well, Valas is starting to transport to the resource islands and chop some trees out there. With the mule cart, I guess it doesn't matter if those stragglers are adjacent to the other mines. This is certainly Castle of Theseus by this point. That would be a nice graph, castle HP over time, and see as it ping-pongs up and down. And Valas finally out of stone, out of gold to buy stone. 6 HP. 6 HP, the final trip shot coming in, and lands. Down goes the castle. And maybe, just maybe, this is what Overtaken needs to push. However, he spent so much time attacking that castle, I think he's out of gold? He has 0 vills on gold, he has 22 vills on food. Valas actually has more vills overall, and Overtaken is down to 135 pop. He destroyed the castle, but at what cost? He now needs to fall back and reestablish his eco. The good thing about the Persians, their TCs will work 20% faster in Imp, so it doesn't take long for 4 TCs to reestablish a villager population. It is a problem though, what are the vills going to work on when all the wood is taken and even the wood that's available is raided by halbs? The castle went down, but the scores are closing now. Overtaken thinking of doing a castle in the middle? Maybe he could redock, go fast fire, and take the oysters? Valas has 2 transport ships. There's still relics scattered around. As the castle shoots down some fires. I really do like this map, but I've seen a couple games that tend to be very stalematey. And now it comes down to how well will players take the resources on the extra islands. Treb's being trebbed down. Castle hits the halb. And this Treb push, continuing for Valas. Now it will be Overtaken's turn to repair. He has a good 3 castles almost worth of stone for building new castles. That's about 6 castles worth of HP repairing. So he's good to repair for quite a while, but he loses his Treb. And now it's 180 pop to 140. Has Valas done enough to hold on? And as we transition to a trash war, do we have commander in? No commander in. Will Halb Skirm be enough for Valas? Yeah, look who's wishing he had that Citadel's upgrade. Overtaken is. Oh, he really is. And while 2-handed swordsman now Overtaken has a back castle. And Treb will be destroying this castle. We'll have heavy demo and champion. Well, also, what do we think runs out first of resources? This map or Valley? I'm going to say that Valley game between Jordan Dogao actually runs out of resources before Seychelles does. It's going to be a lot of transporting and a lot of space taken up by water that's not woodline. But since this map is larger than normal, it's the one map we have that we increased to the small size instead of tiny size. There should be some extra wood hidden around. Yeah, the mule carts are absolutely perfect for the small islands. Yeah, the mule carts say, oh, what, you put some straggler trees adjacent to the resources? Well, why don't you just take both? That'll be a bonus. Not a map quirk, that's a bonus. Yeah, I do absolutely see what you're saying, though. So Skirm's chasing those cav archers. Cav archers run away. Maybe it'd be good simply to remove the straggler trees from those extra islands to make it easier to place camps and stuff. So it would kind of block actual mining camps. I guess you just chop them and place over them. Maybe it's not a big deal. But there's a bit of extra micromanaging you have to do. This map is so cute. It's a very beautiful map. All the different trees and terrains and colors mixed together is great. Champions come forward, hit the light cav. And as a champ, finally, we have the Ferreters champions, 100 HP. Forcing the cav archers to hop in the castle. Castle can shoot more arrows now. Champions going down. Trebs attack the castle. Calves are hit. Champions are hit. All the champions going down. But the push continues. They've done what they needed to do, defended the Trebs, and oh, here comes one cannon, but not going to be a heroic 3 Treb destroying cannon. Will simply be killed by the champions. And now the raids, the sneak docks, the added docks have been found. Good thing they have lots of extra HP, but there are now champion raids on Overtaken's eco. Both players dropping in vills down to around 100. On the outside, the Fires have managed to find the resource islands from Valas. We'll need to put up some towers. Yeah, the Savaras, they did very, very little, right? They did absolutely nothing. Hand cannoneers now for Overtaken, trying to hold on with hand cannoneers. Transport ship with a bunch of vills, starting to sail around. And is there heated shot? Oh, no heated shot yet for Valas. Could use some heated shot for extra bonus damage from towers against the ships. Heated shot is the good campaign technology you get. When that Castle Age AI is raiding your shoreline with ships. Heated shot OP. Champions dying to TC fire. And champion goes down. Is Overtaken out now, or how does it work? Because he will 100% ban that map if he loses. What do you mean? Well, now we're getting to the super late game. The gold stockpile is better for Valas. He also has an extra relic. That free Armenians relic is nice. He could try to scour the extra islands for more relics. And he will get a castle up and defend himself. And it feels that both players now are back on their own island. And both of them have mostly taken the wood. Map allows lots of comebacks. I mean, if he's able to take relics on the outside and maybe move and get some mining camps up somewhere, then maybe. It looks like he has. He's gotten a mining camp up for stone. I feel if it goes super long, the Armenians should have a huge advantage on water. And also the very cheap unit in champions. Although we have learned how valuable Persian war elephants can be in these gold games. Yeah, it's play all 3, so the next 2 games are played regardless. They play all 15 of their group games, because there is... In gold, it's $20 per match. So if you win, you do get $20. So even if you are completely out of the race for the playoffs, you're still incentivized to try to win the games. I'll finish my coffee throughout this in one game. So champions forward, attacking the vills by the castle. Vills trying to build the castle with some hand cannoneer support. Skirm still wandering around. They are still going, yes. No, Persians do not have shipwright. No, they do not. The Armenians do not either. So as good as their navy is, at least they don't have shipwright. So Overtaken getting the castle up. And now fighting under the castle, probably not the best idea for Valas. Cat archers pick off the champions. More fast fires come forward. Oh, look at those two docks right next to each other. That champion's saying, I will destroy this Persian's dock eventually. Moves to the inside more, make it harder for the fire ship to hit him. Oh, Treb push from Valas in the south. Stymied in the north by that castle, but has the population to push in the south. He's at 200 population, Overtaken's at 180. Overtaken used that Persian TC bonus to get up to 142 vils. He had more wood, trash bows could be a good option. They could be. It's also a question though, do you want to spend wood in this game? Right, the trash bow might actually be a downgrade if you have relics and there are still oysters and neutral resources, but you're out of wood. He doesn't have trash bow, does not have commander in, and in all honesty, maybe, oh, that mule cart gets hit by the Treb. Maybe hand cannoneers, food and gold are better. We saw how the war elephants cost in gold meant they were better than the halbs. Jordan's game. So Treb goes down. The champions there trying to finish off the Treb. Overtaken, desperately repairing it, but he's out of wood. He can't repair, and the Treb goes down. The Treb still survives for Valas. Now wood will be an issue for the players. Wood will be an issue, and villagers might be an issue too, as Valas raiding with champions, slaughtering Overtaken's economy. Food could be an issue if he doesn't have vills to keep farming. And he has nothing against the champs. He has 3 hand cannoneers. And oh, there's a landing. There's a champion landing on the island. These vills are getting massacred. Oh no, those poor villagers. Oh, slaughtered by the champions. We need a good demo here on these vills. Both players are... Well, Overtaken's now 50% idle. Valas is 25% idle. He's a quarter idle, a half idle. And there's the GG from Overtaken as Valas holds on to do it, those champion raids. And the straw that breaks the camel's back. And let's check out the stats. Military, that's 632 to 575. Eco, the Eco is very, very close by the end. Only 2k difference when they each have 100k plus. 114k for Overtaken to 112k for Valas. And it looked good with that early imp push, but we've seen that a lot on this map. If you could hold for a while, the map does allow some comebacks. And dang. Alright, well, we got another match coming up. Gonna get into game 2. So let's set that as a win for Valas, who holds on and wins Seychelles. With Armenians over Persians with their first picked civs. And Smiley, hello Smiley. Hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you also have a wonderful day. A wonderful day filled with lots and lots of smiles. And game 2 will be on slope. There'll be Hindustanis for Overtaken and Vietnamese for Valas. They have launched. I always see when players play a super long game, they launch the next game right away, but then take a break after the next game. Hello, Caterpillar. Yeah, Smiley, we need to play some team games again soon. I've been doing so much casting, I haven't had time to play games. But I need to get back on the team game grind. Oh, perhaps if Overtaken had heavy plow, he wouldn't have... That's true, the farming upgrades. You don't usually think about them on the water maps because you have so much fish. Time to carry you. I know, I need some carries, Smiley. And here we are, game number 2. Overtaken will be the blue Hindustanis to the southwest, and Valas, the green Vietnamese, to the northeast. And looking at these golds, that is an awful map for Overtaken. Just absolutely atrocious for his gold positions. And he might even be lamed. Oh no, he's being lamed by Valas right away. Same thing for Valas, though. Valas's golds are both forward, so at least it's fair. Valas's map might even be worse because he has a stone forward. I guess that stone... Equally awful maps. Back stone, forward everything else. Well, Valas's berries are slightly more in the back. That's the only thing he has. Forward maps, let's go. Impressive change load documentation. Yes, I document the changes. It's both on the Discord and on the mod itself. It's the tricky thing is, though, I run the map through to try to aggressively reduce the file size and also to enable some more hacks. I run it through a preprocessor. So if you just look at the script in the map file, it might be kind of hard to debug. And I'm working on getting tools that are more suitable for a public release. But I have so much map scripting to do, I never have time to finish them and get them to a releasable state. Alien and I have a project we're going to be working on that's still going to take a while. FC build castle to defend the gold. I mean, you could legit take the outside gold and rely on that. Both players will have their golds to the southeast. Yeah, so originally this map, even though it could rotate 90 degrees every time, always had, it was fixed. I think it was the golds were in the east and the west, and the stones were in the north and the bottom, or the north and the south. East, west, north, and bottom. Those are our 4 cardinal directions. East, west, north, and south. But I randomize the stone and the gold per player so they can be on either side. I think it helps make the map more interesting if you need to scout which resource is where, and you can't rely on on that resource being in the same position every time. It's another consequence to if you're pushing in the ibexes in the Dark Age, and you're not scouting where your opponent's resources are, you won't know exactly where they're going until later.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh, Điện Hạ có gì sai bảo? Bái kiến Điện Hạ. Dạ bẩm có Thảo dân.
Villager hits the boar as the boar comes in.
Bái kiến Điện Hạ.
And no, we're trying to get the boar right on top of the old one. Be splattered by TC arrows. What's the better Civ here? 1111 S set, S set. Fire Lancers from the Vietnamese scare me. We've seen Vietnamese picked a ton on this map. Hindustani is also kind of popular. Hindustanis were great against the Inca in a game we saw the other day. Personally, I think I still favor the Fire Lancers of the Vietnamese. Although Chautauqua hand cannoneers might be good in the late game against that. Cat on the keyboard. Yeah, well, one time years ago, I was taking care of my parents' cats. And the cat decided it was going to hop on top of my computer case, and he held down the power button and turned my PC off. Just right off. Hopped on top. As usually he hopped on the PC as a step to hop on the desk. But no, this time he was like, I'm just going to camp right here on this PC and turn it off for you. So Militia comes in from Overtaken, looking to harass the hunt. Oh, you're eating and typing, yes. Yeah, this was the old Indians mirror matchup map, back when they collected from the shorefish more quickly. I was thinking Mongols would be popular here because of the hares, but then we do have a lot of maps that have extra hunt. So take your pick of map for where you think Mongols are going to be strong. And Vill's fighting this off, but nice 3 militia drush from Overtaken to harass the mill. That's the importance of scouting. We've seen a lot of drushes on this map, but they're less effective if they're simply walled out at the bottom or dealing with small walls. Here, if they're aggressive and hitting the Vills, in a spot where you can't wall as easily on the water, and where you can maybe lame the hares, oh, yeah, go militia. Weak Vil, but Overtaken, he is not committing to a fight. Every time he goes to fight, he is turning around. Now he sees, ooh, loses the scout, but a couple of small walls on the way for Valas. We see Overtaken pulling ahead in res collected, and Valas falling behind in terms of idle eco. Eating spicy ramen? Oh, don't burn your mouth. I do that all the time on pizza. I do that all the time. And I'm always like, oh, this pizza's so good, but then I regret it the next day when my mouth is burned. And that drush still causing mayhem on those Vils. So double bit axe on the way for Valas as he is up. He'll get the cheap eco upgrades as the Vietnamese. They won't cost wood. And he'll start losing some HP on the scout. He'll try to pull the weak Vil back too. Because of the spice burn? Okay. Spice burn instead of heat actual burn. That's better. So 4th militia added as this rush continues. And at home it'll be an archery range and archers popping out for Valas. As the militia is still trying to kill some villagers. They're getting pretty low on HP, so I don't know if man-at-arms will be the upgrade of choice for Overtaken, or if he'll prefer simply to go... Oh no, he will go straight for man-at-arms, even with the weakened militia. Not adding any more militia behind them. Noodle? What? Auto mod? Why would you ever mod the word noodle? I really need to go into my chat settings and decrease the moderation filter. That is crazy. Auto mod. Smiley's lovely. You shouldn't be banning her messages. Oh, I'll teach auto mod a lesson after the stream. Not gonna deal with an auto mod bullying my viewers. Oh, the Vils kill the men-at-arms. They bully the men-at-arms. The scout cab from Valas will still be around here by that pond. Should I rate you later on Discord? You can rate me right now if it's about the map. Also been going crazy. Yeah. It can also be a weird thing that the preprocessor also broke. Sometimes it does break stuff that I don't catch if I'm using other people's maps. That's also a thing. Also because I want a game 3. Oh, don't worry, Smiley. There will be a game 3 regardless. There will be a game 3. This is play all 3. So we get all the games. And a mill going up by the shorefish for Valas. And this mill being harassed by another man-at-arms. And down he goes, down he goes. And fletching on the way for Valas. He has a couple of idle villas by that ward line. And so far Overtaken, huge lead in res collected. That man-at-arms attack was great. But now he has to react to archers in his base. He'll get his own archers out. Doing a blacksmith with a lot of vills ready to play more defensively. Yep, and then in about 50 minutes we have another set. So that probably times up perfectly for this set to end and the next one to start. Seychelles seems to be the longest map from what I've seen so far. Well, mostly because of the difficulty in pushing late game. Slopes has gone a few different lengths. Now we have a couple of skirms and a spear in, nothing too threatening. Vils will fight the spear as the skirms run away. And ooh, those archers, they have fletching. That seems pretty scary for Overtaken. And ooh, those vills on the lumber camp in a bit of a pickle right now. The archers won't hit that vill. Hit another vill running away. Get a couple volleys into her back, but she'll live. Vills on the gold. A couple of these are weakened. I'll get a nice bit of walling done, and then try to run. 1 HP is all you need, and that vill escapes. A few houses and palisade up here for Overtaken will keep the archers away, but now he will face the downside of that forward gold, that the archers will keep him away for the moment. Wheelbarrow for Valas. And Valas has his own forward gold, but so far so good defending that. Has a stable and a range. Fletching for Overtaken as he'll look to fight the archers. He still has a res collected lead, but now the idle time is starting to add up for him too. More idle eco, but at least he still has that vill lead, although the wheelbarrow will kind of counteract that. Woke up confused today? At least you woke up, right? So some days I feel like I just want to sleep all day. Waking up can be a challenge. And oh, archers, they're a hole? Well, they got in again. And once more, forcing Overtaken to react on the gold. The vills will chase the archers away. Scouts get in, hit the archers. Archers at the front going down. The archer has to run away as the scout has to run too. Vills on the woodline turn to fight. And the archer is picked off by Valas. Nicely done, nicely done. And now he can run that weak group of archers and try to pick off the low HP vills. And Overtaken will call the GG and Valas goes up 2-0. So well done from Valas. Quick game, but winning on the map Overtaken chose to play. And after a very nice man-at-arms rush disrupting Valas' eco, that's maybe the strength of the Vietnamese, able to get eco upgrades in. Double bit axe, horse collar, wheelbarrow, and still get a counterattack with Overtaken, who didn't manage to wall up while he was going for that drush. Still a very effective drush. You can see that military count popping up right at the start. But then Valas' micro is able to shine through later on as he raids the eco. And he was down really far in res collected, down by about 600 at one point. But manages to turn that around with some good raids. So 2-0. Lead for Valas. And we will still get a game 3, whatever it is. As we said, play all 3. Overtaken, though, losing his home map of slopes. And for the civs, that was... So I'm kind of surprised he didn't use Mongols, but was a loss for the Hindustanis and a win for the Vietnamese. And I imagine Mongols are used for quarry because of the extra deer. Not completely sure about that. And let's see, where's this match? There we are, Quarry, and they are right into this game. Did not take a break. Yep, we have another set after this one, Caterpillar. We have another set right after this. That'll be Classic Pro versus StonePlease. So here we are, game number 3 on Quarry. We'll have Valas as the green Koreans to the southwest, and Overtaken as the blue Mongols to the northeast. It's a nice little rug underneath the TC. Thanks for casting so much. Well, thanks for watching. That's always lovely to have people here. Especially when it's the type of thing where we only have one TTL string of sets going on today. So everyone's casting the same thing. It's lovely to have people who enjoy watching over here. I've seen Grubby playing AoE 2 recently. I don't know who that is, but I guess he played some other RTS. I know he did some stuff with other AoE 2 stuff when DE came out, or when AoE 4 came out. So you're being pushed in by Valas. Is Warcraft 3? Yeah, I've never touched that game. Those two boars are really close. I guess that's fine. Might be double lamed. And yeah, Koreans, Mongols. And as I said, there are some extra deer in the middle, and you very well can push these deer. They're not chickens. You don't have to funnel them. You can push them. And that's what makes the Mongols good on this map because of the hunt, because of their eco bonus. Now the question is, how do you use that eco bonus, though? You could use it to get a good start to the game and boom and try to play late game, or you could use it to get off to a drush and do something aggressive in the Dark Age, and it looks like the drush is what Overtaken is doing. On the sides, there are these reeds. You can chop through the reeds to get from one side to the other. But does take a bit of villager time, 50 wood. This is one of those maps where, if you remember back in the day, if a villager was carrying resources, like wood, and you right-clicked a stone mine, and the villager transitioned from that lumberjack to the stone miner, they would immediately lose all the wood they were carrying. Now in DE, they only lose the resources, not when they swap, but when they go over and start mining. So the villager has to walk over and mine before they lose everything. So in the old days, you would have been able to chop, and then right-click and drop all the wood and try to chop through faster. You still can do that, but you have to control right-click, another resource. So if your villa's carrying wood and you control right-click, one of the other resources, you drop the wood immediately. One of those little things that's still there. You can still do it, but I don't know if that's documented anywhere in the in-game hotkeys, clearly. When was that changed? When DE came out. I think that was as soon as DE came out, that was changed. And oh no, Overtaken, don't run into the TC. No, the TC's in the same spot every time. Don't run into it. Oh, well, at least he did disrupt a deer push from Valas. He will lame some sheep. Well, that hurts. Now your 2 militia drush is a 1 militia drush. And Overtaken himself will be hit with a 2 militia drush. Originally, your shepherds and hunters dropped food when they swapped from one type of food to another. So you had to make sure you grabbed all your sheep vills, dropped off your food at the TC, and then shot the boar. And back before we shot boars with TCs. And if you didn't do that, you'd lose up to 60 food, everything the vills were carrying. And you had to make absolutely sure you didn't misclick a straggler tree, too. You could have some... You could have had some disasters under the TC. And here comes the drush and the scout getting in on the vills over here from Overtaken. Another house and a palisade will go up for him. And he will get the quick wall up. Nice quick wall. And another house going up in the back. And on DE, they even rub it into you with the resource the dead vill was carrying, trickling down. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that was a user patch feature that actually did make one of the few that made it into the HD edition, where you would no longer lose the resources when swapping the food vills. Thanks Scripter for that. And Vil on the berries, nice usage of the hill there from Overtaken. Snipes off the villager. Had to add in one extra man-at-arms. But now the drush from Valas coming back. And wait a minute, that is a Dark Age scout fighting a feudal scout. The militia get a couple of whacks in there, but that scout got some good damage. This mill could go down. Mill could go down. And I think it will go down. If the mill goes down before you hit feudal, do you still unlock the market? I know you need 2 Dark Age buildings standing at the same time to unlock the feudal age. You can't do one then the other. I don't know if the mill is still unlocked, if the market's still unlocked. Valas needs a market. I'm forgetting my forest nothing. Is the market still unlocked? I think it is. I still build farms, obviously. I don't know if you need a mill in the feudal age to unlock the market. And actually, now that's got me thinking. I guess you don't. That's got me thinking now. If you start a campaign and you play a scenario that starts in the feudal age, can you build a market right away? Do you need a mill? I've never thought about that before. all these questions I gotta think about now. So blacksmith and a range right away from Valas. He'll be going archers. On the other side, we'll have archers already under production from Overtaken. He's mining gold in the back. And Vil repairing that palisade will be archered down. Little militia coming forward. The scout, much more HP for Overtaken. A nice positioning of the scout to avoid the militia. And it takes a couple of hits, but the men-at-arms are there, and the scout survives, kills Valas' scout. Now the tower goes up, so this army will have to retreat, but Overtaken, nice hit on the militia. I'll run away. Emu! Hello, Emu. Emu was streaming last night. Everyone, go check out Emu Warrior. Go give him some follows. Let me shout out Emu Warrior 1. The very first Emu Warrior. Blacksmith on the side. The archers will be fended off by the skirms. Militia downhill, killed by the archers. And fletching on the way for Overtaken. And he's going to try to hold this hill. Interesting how the map works, that the hill works in stages. There's the downhill bit in the middle, then the hill surrounding that. Then the TC, and then the land around the TC. So you have several layers of elevation to play with. Maybe we could even add some bumpy hills on the outside, but I think I've done enough mayhem with the land generation in the map. And Maesty, hello Maesty. How are you doing, Maesty? And padded archer armor on the way for Overtaken. Padded archer armor. Men-at-arms attack the skirms. Archers will hit the men-at-arms. And men-at-arms hit by the skirms. Skirms trying to stop this, but it's still pretty annoying. Some idle farms for Valas. He has to micro everything. And a scout from Overtaken on the side. He's just hiding in the woods saying, I have 2 HP. Let me hide here and be safe. Market for Overtaken, and he's maybe in a position to sell stone and think about going up. 600 more res collected, and certainly benefiting from those deer as the Mongols. For the RF booming competition? Yes, I did that. That was a while ago, but yes, I did that. I remember that turned into Kumin pond fish booming. Because they just wanted, they wanted to have ponds, but then it became fish boom to 200 population. Oh, you play it on your own now. Yeah, I imagine it's good if you want to practice booming. Unraged Forest. Oh, I don't know the top score timings. I don't. I remember the dominant strategy was Kuman's 2 TCs while fishing. But that's all I remember. And Overtaken up to the Castle Age? Things are looking pretty good for Overtaken here. Pretty darn good. 700 res collected ahead. Ready to turn those archers into crossbowmen. Valas wanting another mill? Maybe he needs a house behind the mill? Skirms hit the archers. Archers kill the skirms. Skirms all go down to the archers. Another archer, another skirm killed by the archers. Here we go, more archers pouring forward, and a forward Vil from Overtaken. Valas will be up, he'll be over a minute behind though. And I expect to see a workshop right away. Does this workshop produce a siege tower to put crossbows in the siege tower? Or is it a more traditional ram mangonel scorpion push? I hope it's not a siege tower. But I mean, Mongols are the drill save. We could see siege towers with a drill. Those are still speedy. Everything looks... That's true. Everything looks fine until Fire Lancers show up. Until the Koreans start going skirm Fire Lancer, and we see the Korean skirms already. I mean, unfinished house, but Overtaken wants the workshop. Wants the workshop. And the archers will push the skirms back. Workshop on the way as Bodkin finishes. And the skirm will go down to the scout. Another siege workshop will go up for Valas. And the Steppe Lancers will come forward and try to push through the houses. As Town Watch is on the way for Valas. Scout hits a Vil. And crossbowman for Overtaken. And we'll have the TC for Valas. Mangonel comes around. And Steppe Lancer is getting stuck on the Vil there. Steppe Lancer, be careful. Oh, there's a hole. There is a hole. There's always a hole. That Vil will not be able to plug the hole. The Steppes are there in time. And that Vil will be killed. And this TC will be denied. And Overtaken has now taken over the hill. And will be able to position the Mangonel atop the hill. The raining rocks down upon the TC. And tower on the woodline. Free guard towers, but the Steppe Lancers will be there. And they'll at least get a villager. Because they have to run out. Now that Mangonel needs to be defended, crossbows pick off a Vil. And, oh, that hole, the hole on the hill. Just the AoE 2 things. In come the Cav Archers pouring through. And that'll be Bowsaw for Overtaken. Cav Archer wants to pour through again past that house. Mangonel will finish off the TC. I think in all likelihood that TC goes against the Mangonel on the hill. Well, we'll see if more Mangonels come out. Here's a rocket cart, but Steppe Lancer should be able to deal with the rocket cart. Mongol's one of those change from light cav to light horsemen so that their bonus applies to the Steppe Lancers. And Mongol Steppe Lancers are crazy good. crossbows get hit by the rocket cart. But that TC is still denied. Crossbows there. Not going to let that go up. Guard tower by the TC. Wonderful graphics by the wing of the TC. That's the good old AoE 2 things. Mangonel atop this hill being repaired. The rocket cart comes forward. That TC running low on HP, but it's being repaired. The Mangonel is aware of the rocket cart, will try to dodge. Nice couple of shots land on it, and it goes down. Doesn't kill a Mangonel. And this is looking like Valas is pretty darn dead. And that TC still denied. Step Lancers, those guard towers are the only thing that's keeping him alive right now. Step Lancers can maybe find more Vills to hit. That Vill really wants to mine the gold. I've seen a good example of how Cav Archers hit absolutely nothing before ballistics. Mangonel has to be aware of the guard tower. Another rocket cart is out. Part of me would love to see a ram. What can Valas do now? He could maybe do a TC over here. Delete those palisades, TC by the gold. That might be the safest area. If he really wants a TC, but I don't know if a TC would even save him. Are Fire Lancers enough to save him? Wait a minute. Oh, nice attack ground from Overtaken. Kills the Fire Lancers and saves his Mangonels. Oh, that would have been nasty if the Mangonels had all gone down to the Fire Lancers. And, well, they might still go down to the Fire Lancers. There's a low HP Fire Lancer. The Cav Archers are not focusing on it. They've been right-clicked onto the range. Ooh, and Overtaken mis-microing here and not noticing his mistake. What is he paying attention to? He's not noticing this one Fire Lancer. Ooh, 4 Mangonel, 4 HP left on the Mangonel. Handcart on the way. Must have been trying to seed some farms while that was going on. This TC still denied. Scout not able to clear the rocket cart. That's a good number of dead Vills. The Mangonel finally goes down. Valas trying to seed some farms. He will clean Overtaken's army, but Overtaken behind this has gotten his eco set up. There's a ton of food he's floating, and could easily put down TCs if he wants to. Then have a boom behind the pressure. Mangonels downhill still makes it tricky to fight those uphill Mangonels. They need the good delete bug back. Ooh, nice hit on the Cav Archers. 3 get splattered. Mangonels could actually look to push through the houses and palisade over here to get atop the hill. I'll focus one house. The Lancers still will be crucial for picking off Mangonels. It's crazy that Valas actually has a Vill lead, Overtaking just doing his second TC now. He probably needed a second TC a while ago. And that's always a tough call when you're pushing, if you feel like the push is going to succeed or not, or whether to add the next TC. Because Koreans are so good at holding with guard towers, and then so good at winning late game with the Fire Lancers. What's the delete bug? There used to be a bug that if a unit died after shooting while its projectile was still in the air, then it would no longer have a hill bonus or hill nerf. There would no longer be a penalty if you were downhill. And since Mangonels one-shot each other on level ground, but if you're downhill, you don't destroy the Mangonel or the rocket cart in one shot, you would delete the Mangonel, because then it would do level damage instead of the hill penalty damage, and be able to one-shot the uphill Mangonel. You can't do that anymore. The uphill Mangonels have an advantage. It also made the blast radius a bit. The center of the blast radius that did full damage became a bit larger. So against large groups of, say, archers, if you were convinced the shot was going to hit, you could delete your Mangonel while the shot was in the air and then do more damage to the archers. I think Hera has an old clip where he deleted a couple of siege onagers against plumed archers. And now Husbandry on the way for Overtaken. Wheelbarrow Scale Mill Armor, and that is Fire Lancer territory. Overtaken's played so well, but he's against Fire Lancers. Now, if there were any other unit, I'd say this game has to be over, but no, it's Fire Lancers. Nice Mangonel shot. We know the Mangonel has to worry about. Civils go to build the castle for Valas. And, ooh, another shot on the Cav archers. Now hits the Vil. And the rocket cart goes down. The archers push forward. And we'll see Vils building the castle as the Vils go down. And the rocket carts will be on the way out from that workshop for Valas. Cart coming forward. Ooh, and that's a lot of Vils. As a rocket cart hits the Cav archers, they split. And we'll have Imperial Age on the way for Overtaken. Rocket cart still hitting Cav archers as they split away. And the castle looks like it'll go up. And there it goes. So now Overtaken up to Imp. Valas won't be too far behind. Valas won't be too far behind. He's only down 9 Vils. And he has more TCs on the way. He'll have 4 TCs, 3 for Overtaken. And if Overtaken engages in a Treb fight, he will be downhill. So what does Overtaken do now? They try to push through the sides? The Lancer will try to hit the rocket carts. The castle is distracted attacking a house. And the monk will grab that relic in the middle, bring it over to the monastery. As a couple of rocket carts and the war wagon all come forward, the monk decides, nope, I want a conversion. Nope, I'll pick the relic up, get it a few tiles closer. Valas is closing the score, but he's not clicked up to Imp yet. He's about to click. The Koreans are going to do this, aren't they? The Koreans are going to do this. The Koreans are going to do this. Let's make sure I don't kick my water bottle and knock that over on the floor. That over here on the desk. No, still need cup holders for the desk. A castle on the way for Overtaken. He will add in a couple of ranges in the back. And it'll be Imperial Age leather archer armor, both for him. And a guard tower for Valas. He's gonna do this, isn't he? At least the Trebs around the side can still hit that. Maybe, just maybe, the plan for Overtaken needs to be to cut and force the fight on the outside rather than in the middle, where he'd be downhill. So Cav archers against the war wagons. The war wagons, remember, they do not have the siege armor class. So Mangudai do not get a bonus against them. War wagons actually are very good against the Mongols if the Mongols don't have their own drill onagers. Here's a war wagon. And if Valas wins this game, I think the mistake from Overtaken was waiting too long to add the TCs in his push. He tried to end the game with the push and wasn't quite able to do that. And only an 8 Vil lead over Valas, when if he adds the TCs earlier, he is maybe a 20 Vil lead. And he'll start to take the gold in the middle. I think he's still in a good spot, but it's so easy for the Koreans to add in a guard tower here or there and contest the middle. So I've never really seen this map. Usually it's a one fast imp and done. I've never seen it where the gold in the middle comes into play. 12 tiles there, and in total that'll be 8 times 12, or 800 times 12, whatever that is in terms of gold. Let me open up a calculator. 800 times 12, that is 9,600. All right, that makes sense. Now 3 Trebs, trying to align them on the edge so they're on the hill. Do you go for the workshops first or the castle? Maybe actually want to go for the workshops. Trebs trying to attack the castle. They'll go for the workshop. Cav archers run around, and their workshops actually being hit. I like that. I like that you're clearing the workshops, so you're going to stop the siege and force Valas to rebuild them and do the siege farther back. 400 wood at that point as you're trying to pump out trebs is a lot. Now all the trebs. Now that you have 5 trebs, you can push the castle. And that not going to be repaired all that easily. Leaving Koreans open after everyone played them non-stop is questionable. Fairly questionable. That's reasonable. Also, destroying the market is great. So before you pack the trebs, go for the market and the blacksmith. So keeps now and a forward castle from Overtaken. And I think he's safe. I think he's safe. I was getting very worried when Valas was up to Imp, but the earlier treb production will be enough for Overtaken. He's doing chemistry. Valas not pushing the sides. No one pushing the sides. Just to push up the middle now. And trebs go for the TC. Try to hit the keep. TC goes down. Trebs go for the keep on the outside. That's heavy rocket carts for Valas. Mangudai time? Let's see, it might be time for more trebs. But getting close to Mangudai time. It might even just be Hussar time to try to raid as much as he can. So heavy rocket cart, the last ditch, final effort from Valas. Those treb shots are raining on his towers. His villas are being slaughtered by skirmishers. And Overtaken is looking at least to put a point on the scoreboard. And considering that first game and how close that was honestly very close to winning the set. So there is Siege Engineers for Valas. Siege Engineers, heavy rocket cart. He doesn't have Shinkachan. I have no idea if I'm saying that correctly, but he doesn't have it. Here's Siege Engineers just finished. I've had a castle, or actually he does have a castle, does have a way to research it. We'll go for trebs first though. There we have heavy rocket carts. It is still weird to me that Koreans do not get siege onager. I will never be used to that. I'm used to them super long range siege onagers. As they go down. It's a brand new castle. Trebs hitting the houses. And rocket carts, the last ditch defense. 3k score difference. Will the skirms destroy the rocket carts? Do skirms beat rocket carts? Looks like they do. Skirm versus rocket cart, and the skirms are winning. What are those farms? Valas trying to repair the rocket carts, but accidentally right-clicking farms. Now getting closer to 4k, getting closer to ACCM territory. 1 keep, but that won't be enough. Valas retreating to farm. He still has 100 vills, but it's 116 pop to 153. And Overtaken simply can mine the gold on his side. He has more gold out there. He's doing what he can to stop the keeps and stop the stone mining. Those villas annoying building more keeps. I will always miss the 12 range siege onagers. And I'll also miss the 11 range siege onagers. I'll miss both of them. I'm sad I miss them. Look, the T90 must be proud of this farm right here. Look at that. Right in the middle of nowhere. And those vills will be cleaned up. So no threat over to the west anymore for Valas other than that 10 HP skirm. And he's just gonna hold as long as he can, try to get to the trebs produced. Still doesn't have the extra range or the extra projectiles for the rocket carts. Extra projectile is useful too. Trebs taking out workshops. And there is a Mangudai. I see some Mangudai mixed in there now. Normal Mangudai, not elite yet. I'm gonna snooze the ads for a long game. Trib shots landing as the pikemen hoover around. More cav archers come around. There'll be Elite Mangudai, Thumbring, and Conscription all clicked for Overtaken. And a castle on the way for Overtaken coming forward again. Here come the rocket carts. Will they be able to get good shots? Yes, okay. First shot lands, but now they have to fight skirmishers. Second shot doesn't destroy Treb. All the rocket carts will go down. The skirm's doing the job. And I miss siege onagers. Now we're getting to 4,000 plus score difference. Closing in on that ACCM territory of a 5k score difference. More castles being added in. That'll be 5 castles for Overtaken, who wants to go full Mangudai and Trebs at this point. And the Mongol's gonna Mongol. Where's he going with the Trebs now? Still looking for a way to finish this off. Somehow he has a couple of houses in the middle of Valas' eco that Valas is trebbing. Valas thinking of doing more workshops? Overtaken will see that, especially with the outpost. He'll do more outposts. Eventually he'll find that skirm up there. Just looking for anything Overtaken might be doing. And he'll outpost over here. He's walled that off. At some point he could maybe do a couple stables and just go for raids over here if he chops through. An onager cut if he really wants to. Carts all go down as the Trebs attack the siege workshop. And the workshop goes down. So Valas, still desperately trying to hold. He's doing Upsyong for the tower range. Guess that'll help a bit against the Mangudai. He's down to 96 vils, 111 pop. And I don't know what is inspiring him to hold on at this point. He's still trying. He's thinking maybe, just maybe, if I can eventually get Fire Lancers, I can win. There is Drill. We now have Drill. Oh, it's time for the Ferraris. It's time for Ferrari Rams. We just need Siege Ram in for Overtaken. And he's adding in the farms for Siege Ram. He's going to make the Ferraris. And there goes the Speedy Ram against the rocket carts. And those rocket carts will probably go down. Oh, even ramming the TC. Boom, everything dying. Fire Lancer even poking the ram. Trebs attacking the keeps. As the rams come forward, so do the Mangudai. We'll have Siege Ram on the way for Overtaken. He's desperately trying to make pikemen, but his keeps are going down. And Elite Mangudai is in. Elite Mangudai should slaughter the pikemen and protect the rams 30 seconds away from Siege Ram. So we're going to have Elite Mangudai and Ferraris for Overtaken with some Trebs in the back. He has, what, 7 Trebuchets? That's a lot of Trebs. And it is very, very over now. The rocket cart's even hit by the rams. He's trying to... Where is he even going now? He needs to protect that castle somehow. He's 93 vils, 123 pop. Against a fully popped Mongol player. And oh, look, Mangudai, they got into the right, fortified wall. They just ran through over here. As the Trebs destroyed a barracks and they ran through. There go the vills on the farms, and there is the GG from Valas. As Overtaken manages to take a game. A very fast aggression from the Mongols in the early feudal age set him up to maintain the lead. And early Imp had enough of a push to overcome Valas' comeback. And well done from Overtaken. So he gets a win. And that will be 2-1. As Valas loses Quarry, both players losing their home maps. But Mongols strong. Left late in the draft. Alright, so we're going to have one more set coming up today. It'll be classicpro versus StonePlease. That should be starting any moment now. They should be drafting soon. So I'll just get that set up, and we'll be right back. So, classicpro versus StonePlease. I'll have to look for the drafts, but I'm guessing classicpro will be on the left. And update YouTube 2. Yeah, 7K score difference at the end. Right, and I myself will be right back as soon as we get the drafts going. Oh, that will start in a minute. That's fast. Very fast. And they even have... Oh, I do have the drafts. Are they, like, in the set already? No, they probably have to squeeze it in to make sure they don't have a power outage for Classic Pro. Oh, and they are live. Okay, I got 90 seconds before this starts to run to the bathroom. Alright, so right away into Reverse Acropolis, we will have StonePlease as the blue Bengalis to the southwest, and Classic Pro as the yellow Armenians to the northeast. Oh, look at that lovely one-tile wood line against the edge of the map. That's something I hopefully will also fix in the update that I have. So I'll keep the edge a bit farther from the edge, and that will reduce the... or at least give a couple extra tiles so it doesn't clump like that. That is a map scripter's nightmare, that one-tile wood line. So once more, thank you all for tuning in. This will be our fourth and final set of the day, but should be a good one. Classic Pro here at the base of the Acropolis. There will be 3 rocks in the pond. The number of rocks that spawn there is random, but nice to see 3 of them. This huge rock wall at the front of their bases, which provides a great hill bonus for whoever takes it. Bengalis. This could be a Phosphoro-esque fast castle into Rothas. Classic Pro is the Armenians. What could the Armenians do here? Fortified church defense at the bottom of the hill, maybe. Here is a mule cart on the way up. As Avil will head out to lure in the boar. And should be able to take the boar. There we go. And pull it in.
Yes, trust him.
And Gigi's hello, Ansitas. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, and we have a lame. We have a lame. Classic Pro stealing the boar from StonePlease. Lames are actually quite nice if you can find a boar on the hill and you attack from uphill so you take less damage. So 20 HP left as StonePlease will run forward. He did a lot of scouting, but didn't quite find the... As the two wood lines are next to each other. Didn't quite find the path that Classic Pro will take as he loops around, and that will slow him down by quite a bit as he has to come back and worry about that scout running forward. Oh boy, and he will pass through the scouted area. At some point, he'll get there. He's in the black area for now, and just now the boar will be revealed. StonePlease in the Fog of War aware of that, and he would love to block the scout while the boar is uphill and get the boar to have another hit, but no, Classic Pro manages to slide on by. StonePlease doing what he can to try to block. The boar gets one hit, the boar gets a second hit, 8 HP left, but the boar needed one more hit on the scout. The scout will bring that in nice and safely towards the TC. And but we'll be lured by the Vills at the end. And very nice lane from Classic Pro. Loses quite a bit of scout HP, and StonePlease, having tried to prevent that, will lose a bit of his deer push in time. Hello, birds. Flying around. And we'll have some palisade walls for StonePlease. Looking to wall everything, maybe? Wall the entire bottom?
Hey.
Barry's kind of far forward for him. And Barry's can be forward on this map. A bit harder for the Classic Pro to wall to the edge. And so I was talking about some map changes I was doing. Reverse Acropolis, well, I'm updating the map so it looks consistently a bit more like this one, other than this silly forest on the side. The thing that I don't want is players spawning in corners, whereas sometimes the hill surrounds them, so they can't actually wall all the way to the edge. They'll have 5 or 6 tiles to wall to the edge. I want the edge to be a bit more consistently set up like this, so they can use the edge as part of their walls. So that's the Reverse Acropolis change we'll be doing. And then players will more consistently have wood available in the middle a bit, and I think everything will be balanced more nicely. So that, and now I talked about Monocle earlier, and apparently I have some Seychelles bugs that need to be debugged. Hello, Grim! You are just in time for a new set. Yes, yes, you are indeed. We've gotten all the sets casted. They have seemed to end just as the next set is beginning for all the sets today, which has been lovely. All been well timed. Can that scout push the Ibex again? Can it get a push? Can it get a push? Yes, it can. Yes, oh, yes, it can. Yes, it can. There it goes. Towards the TC in the middle, and we'll have a double bit axe for Classic Pro.
Yes, trust him.
And a house going up for Classic Pro 2. Ibex on the way in, as Avil goes to chop at the woodline. The Ibex will be taken by Vils by the TC. So how you doing, Grim? Have you been watching any of the TTL sets today, or is this your first one? And full walls from StonePlease. All right, fully walled. Yeah, this is what I want to make sure players consistently can do. Get towards the edge of the map. So they can get to the edge. Yeah, it's coming forward for Classic Pro. We'll be finding the walls. But to be fair, archers coming forward, and they can attack from atop the walls. Now, StonePlease a player, if I remember him from previous events. I remember him on Ravines going FC for the Phosphoro build. And he's on stone now for a market and a blacksmith, so this is 100% going to Phosphoro with Rathas. And where does he put the castle? Probably over here? Golden wood? Maybe here for that gold and that wood? Archer trying to help. The scout goes down. The other scout will take the hill. StonePlease kills the archer, has to run away from the spear, and does. Classic Pros chase the scout away. And 2 vills forward for Classic Pro, 3 vills forward, and he wants to tower the berries. I think StonePlease simply abandons the berries then. And there's the tower. There's the tower, but the berries, I think, will... have to be abandoned. What scenarios are composite bowmen good? I just don't know where to use them versus high pierce armor units like Paladin. Yes, but they're in general a strong unit. It's a weird thing to pick a specific situation for them, because they're good as a general archer unit. Sometimes you might think about arbalests, and you just make them because you have all the upgrades for them and you're a good arb civ. And I think the same thing applies to composite bowmen, where you make them because they're a good unit, and you want them as part of your army composition because they're so strong. And sometimes you might find something with high pierce armor that you can fight successfully with them, but I think for the most part you're doing them just to do them. I think the question is then, are you engaged in castle fights against trebs where you need to make your own trebs and don't have the timing to make them? Or do you maybe have a specialized matchup where you really want to be going for Faradur's champions and you're struggling to decide on what upgrades to do in early imp? So there is Castle Age. When is the next patch coming out? It's the February 16th or 17th? One of those days, depending on your time zone, I think. It is for the DLC, so in about 2 weeks. I hopefully get access to that early because I need it to make the maps for the Brazil land over the summer, and those qualifiers start in April. I want to get the maps done this month. Will the water balance also drop? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. I'm very worried about the water balance breaking TTL maps, but yeah, that will release. So I wasn't a fan of it during Thalassocracy, and based on the changes they made, I don't think it was enough. But yeah, that water balance will be released with the Hulks. With the Hulks. Just before... Yeah, because we get I mean, in the middle of TTL, right? They're releasing the DLC in the middle of TTL. Then, right before the Brazil Land qualifier, then I think on the calendar there should be a MEMB event for May, and then the Brazil Land in June. Couldn't StonePlease play the player 6, the StonePlease taunt? No, he's asking... He's just saying yes. He's saying yes to the stone. You're right, though. He should play as player 6. And the Ratha there, Phosphoro Ratha's against this. What does Classic Pro do? He has to full wall. If he can click up, then he can maybe do fortified churches to help defend. Right now the Ratha's damaging that eco, and StonePlease will have to be careful not to lose vills to the counterattack. And if he sees the Rathas aren't getting in, he could maybe take all 6 of them and come back, clean this army. And cleaning their army before it becomes crossbows will be pretty crucial for him. He does not want to fight a bunch of crossbowmen. I'd much rather clean them when they're feudal archers, I think. And has 1 armor already for the Rathas, doesn't have any attack upgrades. The archer armor line applies to the Rathas. The individual attacks depend on which mode the Rathas are in. So this is where you maybe ranged attack. See if you can pick off the spear if you can. But you'd love to be melee mode against this, I think. You do more damage, and you can swap some in melee, some in ranged, and try to overcome pathfinding differences by having both modes attacking. And the spear goes down. That's what does the bonus damage. And goodbye, archers. These Rathas have a ton of HP. And there's 1 Ratha that goes down. Will there be a second that goes down? It's dodging. No, there won't. Well, that's one Rotha for 10 archers and a spear. And those archers will not live to become crossbows. And this is what I was thinking we'd see on Reverse Arena, Bengalis and Phosphoro play. I haven't seen this too much. I think Spanish and Conks can be played similarly here. Yeah, trample damage too, right? Trample damage is crazy. I do think, Tara made the suggestion a while ago and I like it. You balance the Rotha. Take away, you see that 3 melee armor, that 2 pierce armor they have? Just take that away, but make both sets of blacksmith upgrades apply to them. Both sets. So they get the horse armor, they get the archer armor. So in total, you get imp and you do all the upgrades. They actually have more armor than they would now. But early on, they're nerfed a bit because they need to invest more into those upgrades. And that's food you need on, and it makes a food investment for the wood and gold unit. So Rotha's attacking the Vills. Yeah, do they have Parthian tactics still? No, they don't have Parthian tactics. I guess they really don't need Parthian tactics or Thumb Ring, because they also do have pikes. Makes them attack faster. Mangonel's going for the palisade walls. As the palisades crumble. Grebby's Peak War 3 streamer. Yeah, he's been streaming AoE 2 the past week. I guess he has some event he's playing in. He's preparing for it. I think he did some AoE 4 when that came out. I don't know if he still does that. Haven't seen him around lately. The Bills repairing the church. They hop inside. And Mangonel hit by another Mangonel. I never actually played StarCraft. As much as I played a lot of Age of Empires. I was more interested in the historical RTS than the sci-fi setting. I feel StarCraft probably early on captured a big competitive esports audience. But I feel like it's lost a lot of momentum recently. And the AoE 2 has been kind of steady with the people who play it. Redemption better here for yellow? I always fear going monks against Rothas because they go to ranged mode and they snipe off the monks. But yeah, redemption is an option. Although he doesn't have any monk techs now. And ooh, snipes the Mangonel. Whatever you do against Rothas, you need skirms for the Rothas. They're the only thing that reliably kills the Rothas. Mangonels get ran down by them, knights get kited by them. Monks get killed by them. Some monk conversions can be useful, but then you could also just get devotion if you're StonePlease. Pretty expensive to get devotion on the Seco, but still would work. Ooh, Mangonel hits the skirms. Skirms go down, and the Mangonel misses another shot. Fire Lancers? There are no Fire Lancers for these civs. There are no Fire Lancers for these two civs. Not every civ gets the Fire Lancer. This goes down. And this pressure continues, and there's that redemption you wanted earlier. There's redemption, sanctity behind it. I feel like he's gonna need another fortified church though if he wants to go for the monk defense. Need more monks. And with the forward monastery, StonePlease looking to collect relics. And also has the option to do devotion himself if he sees too many monks. And we talked about the delete bug last game, but the uphill mangonels will survive one shot from Classic Pro. So the great pressure on the hill from StonePlease, really using the hill well. I would love to see him finish off the blacksmith with how low the blacksmith is. Let's just finish off the blacksmith, please. 82. Okay, yes, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oof. He will finish it off. Yeah, the delete trick honestly was kind of fun. I'm not upset they removed it, but I do miss it sometimes. I do miss it. And now redemption is in. Now redemption is in. And it comes down to will the monks convert the mangonels? Swapping conversions onto the Rathas, getting a few conversion, or getting one conversion. Oh, don't mangonel your own Rathas! No! StonePlease just killed like 5 Rathas. Okay, I think it's more like 3. So that's 6 deaths to 3 kills. So he killed 3 Rathas. Well, that was a better conversion than it was at the start. Oh no. Now that's how you counter Rathas, get your opponent to mangonel them. Oh my gosh. So 2 TCs, more churches, as Classic Pro tries to run to the other side of this valley. So repairing the mangonel. This church will be repaired by some vills. And Monk wants a conversion on the mangonel. And vills will now do a castle atop the hill for Classic Pro. So he is up by 9 vills. And oh, he has skirms. Where are the skirms here though? Where'd they come from? He has skirms in the back. I've totally missed that. They were probably doing some damage. I was looking at the mangonel shot. Fortified churches, very easy to repair. Same HP as a TC, but I think 1/5 the cost in wood. Less than that even to repair. So very easy for vills to repair if they commit to it. But the relic does pop out. And the repair vills splattered by the mangonels. Good splash on the vills. Probably too little HP to garrison, and the poor mule cart goes down. And now, now, that church is going to be destroyed. It'll crumble to the ground. As on the outside, we have a few vills on a mule cart mining gold for Classic Pro as the skirms hoover around. Clandestine economy for him, moving out to another wood line, trying to stay hidden. One conversion does come in on one of the Rathas, 2 of the Rathas. And it will, oh! StonePlease, be careful. Converts the Ratha back, though. Converts it back. Oh, you know, if you take your Ratha and you convert it back, and then you swap modes back and forth, you might be able to get blacksmith upgrades on it again. Oh, that's a good one. Swapping Ratha modes. So redemption on the way here for StonePlease. And mangonel goes down, so does another mangonel. And skirms splashed. There we go, there we go. More skirms, they're melee mode, or they meet the melee mode Rathas and get ran down. Ratha's killing all of them. And down they all go. Here, I think Ethiopia no stun cost outpost bonus is underutilized by players in general. Probably, but these days I've seen players using outposts more than I've seen in the past. Yeah, I think that is a very good bonus, and I think it's also a very properly powered bonus. In that it's not like Rathas where you dominate the game instantly with them. It's a strong bonus. It's somewhat situational, so you're not going to do it every single time. But still incredibly useful to have all that vision. So mangonels converted. 2 mangonels converted. They splatter the forward vills so they won't get a mining camp. And they'll also get a splash on the monk. Champion warriors with Ethiopian allies. I haven't seen the DLC, but I guess they can do outposts. I'll need to read all the DLC posts and stuff. And some Rothers are killed. So Classic Pro, someone asked about Composite Bowman earlier. You're a Composite Bowman, and against the Pierce Armor of the Rothers might be nice. Stronger overall unit than the Skirmishers if he wants to raid, even though he won't have the attack bonus. And so far, that one fortified church, it went down, but it held for a long time. Rotha's moving in, but Classic Pro still has the Vil lead, and he's still defending with monks. And more Composite Bowmen coming forward. They'll find the Vil on the outposts. I also put some dead plants near the rocks on the snow version instead of flowers. And okay, here is some eco from StonePlease. Those Vils will have to run. The only downside will be if he runs to try to find other gold, and Classic Pro's mule card out there is seen. Should Mangonel have a sacrifice to deal heavy damage shot option? That's probably too memey, although it would fit the delete bug. In AoE 1, there actually was a tech like that. You could, I think it was added in the Rise of Rome, as these Vils get slaughtered by the Ballistics Composite Bowman. You could delete a priest while it was converting and get an insta conversion. AoE 1 actually had legit instas as a tech. Imagine adding that to AoE 2. You'll try to convert a Siege Workshop and delete and get the insta. So Rothos riding down the Composite Bowman. Oh, it took Classic Pro a while to amass this large of an army. And even the Composite Bowman can't fight the Rothas. 40 hit points to 100 hit points. And these Rothas don't even have bloodlines. Oh, what is that? That was a missed patrol stack as they run to the edge of the map. Okay, Classic Pro microing. StonePlease just trying to pathfind his way into the fight. That should have gone much better for him than it did, I feel. I think that the key to these fights is some Rothas should be in the back in ranged mode, and that way, as units are trying to dodge the melee mode units, they still get peppered with arrows. Added Archer Armor for Classic Pro. AoE 1 also had no minimum or maximum conversion times? I think so. I think AoE 1 conversions could be very insta. Very random. And Egyptian Priest had 16 range. If I ever go do a pacifist run of AoE 1, I'm gonna have to get very lucky with conversions. Maybe I'll have to figure out if I can do saves and loads to manipulate RNG. That would be pretty cool if you could. You'd be like those little tool-assisted Doom speed runs where you manipulate RNG. And oh gosh, that TC defending against the Rothas. Bodykin on the TCs is nice. And good gate there for StonePlease, but only 2 HP on the gate. And maybe, oh my gosh, does this castle go up? Is this a doubt castle? The Composite Bowmen are there. Can they split up into 2 groups and hit 2 Vils at a time? They can. Oh, this is 97, 98, 100. 5 Vils remain. The castle goes up. At great cost, but it does go up. And now the Rothas will try to chase the Composite Bowmen underneath the castle. And if they ever run outside, the castle will get some shots. Trying to stay there to fight the Rothas. Rothas can also hop in and out of the castle if they want to go into melee mode there. And they will force the Composite Bowmen back. They'll garrison in that TC. But good forward castle for StonePlease. He still has a 500 score lead. But he's down 100 to 56 Vils, and Classic Pro has held long enough to boom. Both of these players thinking of going Imp soon? Maybe Classic Pro can't afford that. I think he's selling some food. Yeah, selling food, buying stone. He's pushed off of his front stone. Pretty easy to get instas in AoE 1, at least with save load. Alright. Well, I'll have to experiment with that. If you have a consistent way of doing that, Butter, let me know, because I'd love to show that off in a video, too. I think that'd be... Well, lots of AoE 1 little facts we can throw out there. I think would be fun. So, handcart on the way for Classic Pro. And a second castle going up, too. So, castle here. RNG just seems pretty favorable. Okay. I'll have to try it out with some saves and loads. I don't know if the RNG, like, resets with a save and load, or if it maintains the same value. It could be like there's a linear congruential generator and the current state of that generator is saved along with the save state. Or it could be that that's not saved and it just reloads a new seed based on, like, system time every time you load. So there might be some manipulation you can do. AoE1's so good. Yeah, because I remember seeing some AoE1 speedruns of Holy Man, the first Babylonian scenario, where you start with the priest and you have only the priest. And the speedruns start by converting the axemen and getting instas. So that was probably many, many attempts to get the RNG favorable. Can these monks get a conversion? Imp is on the way for Classic Pro, but the back TC has Imp. The back TC has Imp. This TC being repaired, maybe Classic Pro can trick StonePlease into thinking this is the Imp TC? The StonePlease, he sees the other TC, yeah, he knows the TC's there. Bills will repair more attempts for conversions. This is AoE 2 though, no insta conversions. No instas. Also, mirror towers were fun. Yeah, that was fun. They had the cheat unit that shot lasers at you, so they decided, wait a minute. There's the tale about Archimedes using the mirrors to burn the Roman ships at Syracuse. Let's do that by taking the lasers and putting them on our towers. You legit had a scenario in the Rise of Rome campaigns where you were fighting laser towers. So another TC going up there for Classic Pro. That'll be on a gold, kind of close to the monastery. 3 relics still for StonePlease. But remember when I said it looked like StonePlease was about to go Imp? Looks like he is, and he's trebbing. But now he's trebbing from down 50 Vils. And there's still no way to fight the Rathas, even when he's Imp. You can do Bracer for the skirms, maybe? So they're both Imp, they're in a Treb war. StonePlease is trebbing. Classic Pro will have double castle Treb production. Part of me just wants to see a stable and bloodlines for the Rathas for an extra 20 hit points. Impossible Bowman fighting Mangonels. Can the Mangonel get a shot? No, there was a split. They dodged. Nice micro from Classic Pro. He'll clean 2 Mangonels, especially with a Bracer. The Mangonel's going down. He's trying to control the gold in the middle. Okay, nice shot on the Bowman, but Vils can't repair. Out of wood. This castle has made 2 trebuchets, and the Rathas will raid some Vils in the middle. No one peacefully able to get to the middle. Some Rathas hitting the TC too. Cheat units were funnier than AoE 2. Yeah, AoE 2 really only has the Cobra Car as a cheat unit. AoE 1 had a lot more. Ratha's on their way forward. 3 Trebs out, so the castle likely goes down, but also StonePlease probably loses his own castle. Question for the Rathas is, would they dive the castle to destroy Trebs? If they try to go melee mode and destroy the Trebs now, that might work. Because where StonePlease is saying, give me stone please, I'm out of stone, and he can no longer repair that castle's down. And now the composite bowmen run forward. This will force a fight against the bowmen. This has to be Ratha against bowmen. Rathas will stay in ranged mode to stay outside the range of the castles, but now here come the skirmishers. As Classic Pro takes the score lead, his castle's going down, and more Treb shots coming in with lots of repairs. Will the castle fall down to 100 HP? 2 more Treb shots. Will it go down to 20 HP, and down it goes. The castle does fall, but are there enough Rathas left? We're down to 6 Rathas for StonePlease. He has Vils running to the corner, running back. What are they doing? They're looking maybe for more wood? Well, he's found wood and stone over there. Treb's cutting some trees. Because why not? But I think Classic Pro has managed to hold. He's up 104 to 54 Vils. And the Imp was in time for him to win the Treb war. What about skirms against the composite bowman? I think it's too expensive to go skirms at this point for StonePlease. He would need to do ranges and then research elite skirm. And then the Pierce armor still doesn't protect them. It's only the extra attack they have. And Classic Pro holds against the Bengalis and against the Rathas. Impressive game from him. And that's 136 to 106 KD. Eco-wise, huge eco advantage. He was stymied for a while by those Rothas, but eventually got a boom going and pulled ahead. Slightly faster imp time for StonePlease, but when you're down by 50 vils, sometimes that's not enough. Even for the Bengalis. Hey, that was a nice game. And thank you, Martin Avani, for the follow. Alright, so let's see what we have here. Alright, I think I have to do an ad. And then we'll get to... High Tides will be the next game. They got right into that game, and that is a win for Classic Pro. And I imagine they're going to try to hurry the games up just to make sure Classic Pro doesn't have any issues with his power outages. And that'll be a loss for the Bengalis, and a win for the Armenians. Alright. Reply to my Discord DMs between the games too. And how long did I do the ad break for? I hope I clicked 2 minutes and not 3 minutes. Anyway, it will be Classic Pro to the west as the yellow Japanese and StonePlease to the east as the blue Byzantines. Let's see, do I have any drink left here? A tiny bit of Gatorade still left in there. Not a coffee. I gotta be careful drinking too much coffee. Still gotta make sure I can sleep at night. And deer push here from StonePlease, trying to get the deer into the TC as Vils pop out. So to the north, Relic, and 16 gold piles in the north. We have seen this map get up to 20 gold piles. This one will be 16. And in the south, it'll be 18 gold tiles, 12 gold tiles. So pretty standard stuff in the south. And zebra, ooh, double zebra push from StonePlease. Let's go. Oh, they split up. I think the Vil might have scared one. Oh no, silly Vil. And the TC hits the zebras.
Presto.
And there's the ad break over. So this will be High Tides. StonePlease has picked the Byzantines because he wants their fire galleys. Classic Pro has picked the Japanese for the fishing bonus and also for the man-at-arms attack speed. Byzantines also will have very cheap skirmishers, so it might be fires and skirms against fires and men-at-arms. The side dock for Classic Pro, a bit less of a walk distance. And I would say it's less risky than the middle dock, but because of the fact that the shallows are here, it's actually rather difficult to get your Vil quick walled in. You have to use the diagonal. And yeah, right now the Vil is not safe. The scouts can walk over the shallow terrain with the shorefish, and that Vil is not walled in. And it does not have loom. Where is the scout? The scout's still pushing zebras. If StonePlease were to run his scout over here, he'd have a good chance of killing the villager and denying the dock. So if you do the dock like this, and you don't have loom and you don't have your scout there, I think you want to do 4 tiles of palisade to protect the Vil and then build over the diagonal. Thank you, Quatre et Cinq, for the follow. Is that like 4 and 5? Thank you for the follow.
Impero.
Vills, 5 Vills on wood. So standard build for Byzantines pumping out fishing ships. We'll pay attention to the up timings. Japanese usually have a better Dark Age with their drop site discount. They can build the dock a bit earlier, not needing to wait for 5 Vills on wood. They can go for 4. They can also go for 6 on wood and be more focused on water. The other thing is, because you have the elephants, you're saving more sheep for feudal, and you won't need farms as early, so you have a bit more of a focus on the water, or a bit more access to wood early on. And since you're not spending wood on the farms, or not needing to do the mill right away, it opens up the map for more feudal age aggression on land in addition to water. So we got Loom for both players. We'll have feudal age first for StonePlease, so first for the Byzantines. Yeah, all right, kind of surprising to see that against the Japanese. The Byzantines are up first, but that might mean we're going to see some men-at-arms and some walls for Classic Pro. So this is crucial if you want to win the water. One of the best things you can do is wall in the enemy's dock villager, and if you do that, then they can't build subsequent docks. And here StonePlease pays attention and will make his escape. And Classic Pro will try to block with the scout. Nice blocking from Classic Pro. And StonePlease will likely lose that villager. The scout comes over for Classic Pro, but much later, he's trying to do some quick walls to Alcatraz himself, and he does so successfully. But now we'll still be at an HP disadvantage, and we'll delete some of the more unneeded palisade foundations. And here, StonePlease will be up first to feudal, so we'll get the scout boost earlier. Actually kind of doesn't... If he knew he were up first, he wouldn't want to fight there. He'd want more HP in feudal. But this is what Classic Pro had tried to prevent. If he were successful with those walls, then this second dock doesn't go up. The Vil simply wouldn't have room to do it. But second dock now for StonePlease, and our Byzantine player can go for fires. Meanwhile, on land, it will be Militia for Classic Pro. And anticipating the men-at-arms, StonePlease has fully walled himself using that TC as the gate in the front of the walls, has kept men-at-arms away from the wood and the gold, and even penned in a zebra and an ostrich should he want them later. Vil on shorefish there for StonePlease. And the fishing ships will go back and forth on the tuna on the outside. And as Classic Pro adds some more houses, he'll also get the range going up. Hills on the gold in the back, still mining. And we'll have Man-at-Arms clicked for Classic Pro. Man-at-Arms is a couple of palisades and a house come up 2 for him. And he'll send a Vil out to the mill. Scout will run around by the berries. A bit low on HP, but it will try to steal some sheep. Alright, StonePlease trying to get away, kill the remaining sheep. And, as I said, you take the sheep, that means you don't need as much wood income, because you can do farms, but if the goats get lamed, then you have to go to farms earlier. That affects your build on water. And here's our Byzantines player with a cheap Byzantine spearman, and the fire galley attacking the villager, trying to stop the repair Vil from being able to repair. Having a couple of spears added in too, they do have an attack bonus against ships. So it can be nice to have them. Byzantine fire is still hoovering around, 3 HP left, and that repair Vil can go to repair. As this fire will try to run away. Japanese fishing ships hard to destroy with fire galleys. I think in the new patch they're losing their extra pierce armor, so maybe they'll be a bit weaker. They'll just get the HP. Ostrich killed by the Vils, and we'll have double backs for StonePlease.
Impero.
As those fires run away. And we'll have a big palisade wall for Classic Pro. from one wood line to the other. Houses going up as well to reach the edge of the map. And some men-at-arms attacking the houses. Arson on the way for Classic Pro. And he will add one more palisade. I'll see how well that Vil stays alive against the Japanese men-at-arms, but so far so good in terms of not letting the men-at-arms do damage. And now, StonePlease will want access to the berries and has to be careful with his micro. Archer does not want to get caught out of position. Vils will try to quick wall by the berries. Classic Pro has to be careful not to run under the TC. StonePlease does get the mill up. Will be on food and still on water. Should be winning as the Byzantines with the fires. Here comes a demo. Here comes a demo. StonePlease isn't paying attention. The demo gets a hit. He's not paying attention, maybe because he needs to micro against the archers at the front of his base. And he will plop down a tower. Maybe a bit late. The archers do have fletching now. And hello, Ganuga Gap. Welcome in. How you doing? Vil taking the ostrich as the men-at-arms are still around the back. Fletching is in for StonePlease. He is losing some fish as he has to take time to repair his fire galleys. Archers on the hill will kill the villager. And, ooh, archer skirmed down. Archer skirmed down. As the archers for StonePlease will keep the men-at-arms away. And deleted house so the archers can chase even, being very aggressive with chasing. These Vils on another lumber camp, have to be careful. One archer does go down. That might have been a mistake to chase with those archers, honestly. Wait just a minute, wait just a minute. The men-at-arms now are in. Oh, StonePlease, no, Titanic deleted his own house, and now Japanese men-at-arms are in on his wood line. Well, last game he mangonelled his own Rothas, this game he deleted his own wall. And he's gonna turn. No, don't fight Japanese men-at-arms with the Vils. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no, don't do it. Oh no, it lags slightly. Oh, well, the archers are cleared. He's only lost 2 Vils so far. Could lose more. On the water, he is pushing back again. Those fishing ships so hard to destroy. The demo will just basically be wasted on one fire. We'll clear the fire at least. Oh, that's a weak Vil, that's a weak Vil. Oh, those Japanese men-at-arms show no mercy to the Vils. Archery range for Classic Pro, and double ranges. Alright, double ranges, he's maybe close. If he doesn't mark it, he could go up. Could sell the stone and buy his way up. Or even just buy his way up. Sell whatever. Fire galley losing to the Byzantine fires. They're still doing a good bit of damage. That fire goes down. These archers and skirms still hoovering around in the front. And we'll have Castle Age for Classic Pro on the way. Fires will come forward. And maybe this will finally finish off the fishing ships. But selling the stone going up. Sold 200 stone. Classic Pro will have the advantage in timing. Fire galleys here weakened. About to go down, maybe. And they do go down. This should be a win for the Byzantine fire. Can the repair Vil get there just in the nick of time? But can't have repair the Byzantines, apparently. And that Vil will be forced away from the shoreline. Those fishing ships still annoyingly there. Because they're the Japanese fishing ships. And oh, what is this? What is this? Oh my gosh, Classic Pro. I've not seen this. He is docking the shorefish in the south. I put all these shorefish here and all this hunt here, and no one ever does this, but he's doing it. I've seen occasional mills down here. Has army checking to make sure it's clear? Well, I didn't check this, but he's taking the south. Oh yes. Yes. Not seen that before. So 2 ranges up for StonePlease. Castle Age on the way. Some farms around the mill. Still running around, and Castle Age on the way for StonePlease, and he'll be about halfway up. Not quite halfway, just as Classic Pro himself reaches. And having sold the stone, we won't have TCs right away. He doesn't even have the option to buy it back. And I don't see a forward villager for immediate siege. The Japanese can go monks in siege. Where's the demo? Where's the demo? Oh, is this dock gonna backfire as the vills go down? Nice job from StonePlease to pick the vills as another weak one. And that's now a 73 eco unit KD for StonePlease. Classic Pro still with the score lead. Those Japanese fishing ships were insane for him. Well, StonePlease also had to react quite a bit to those men-at-arms. Finally, the fishing ship's starting to be fired down. Fishing ship's destroyed by the fires.
Presto.
Skirm is on the hill, Elite Skirm, and Bodkin in. Have a workshop on the way. There are the skirms. And this army might be trapped in between that wood line and these walls. It might win the fight, though. This might be StonePlease trapping himself in with Classic Pro's army. And we have a second TC from Classic Pro. He's trying to boom a bit, and he'll get a workshop up. And in the south, a couple of fishing ships. So Japanese fishing ships for the shorefish. Shorefish still kind of slow, but the Japanese will help make up for that. Fishing ships 15% faster in the Castle Age now.
Impero.
TC going up in the back for StonePlease. That'll be his second TC. He's some nice walling now, right in the middle of his base. But actually does have the Vil lead, and has now claimed all the water to the north. 6 fishing ships for him. Just 1 dock left for Classic Pro. War galley upgrade, and I think StonePlease cements control of the water. The workshop is at home for Classic Pro rather than forward. And the monk will take the relic back to the monastery. As Bosaw now is on the way for StonePlease. And Byzantines versus Japanese is a matchup where I really do like the Byzantines. The Byzantines have not yet used their early or cheaper imp eco bonus. They'll have better monks because they do have access to heresy, and the monks heal faster, unlike the Japanese. They'll have bombard cannon, and cataphracts should win against samurai. I've seen that a few times, and I do like cataphracts against samurai. Monk doesn't get back to the monastery. Drops the relic to the left. It's always awkward. He drops it to the left no matter which way he's facing. I'll have to compare that to AOC and see if that's a difference, or... Pretty sure that has changed a bit, because monks used to be able to drop relics on top of themselves and protect themselves, and they can't do that anymore. And Horse Collar is on the way for StonePlease. There's a house and a university, just as a wall. University is a wall. It's not really all that great of a wall because it's pretty expensive. You'd rather do the market because it's cheaper. Or the workshop because it's built faster. And some skirms going down. Nice trap from StonePlease. Clears the mangonel, loses 1 mangonel of his own. With a mangonel in his own skirms, he should be able to finish off that army. On the water, a couple of fire galleys for Classic Pro, trying to disrupt StonePlease's fish again. And StonePlease does get up to 3 TC, so it is 3 TCs to 2. And the fish down here will be on the slow-to-collect shorefish. But nice job to stop StonePlease from fishing the deep fish, even though they are pretty far away and inefficient at this point. Ooh, demo raft, too. Demo raft being prepared. I'd love to see a demo on that group of skirms that somehow does get away. Maybe StonePlease is a bit wary of venturing onto the water with the fire galleys. And a University in the back for Classic Pro, so now we're watching out for ballistics. That University did finish. Wonderful Statue of Doubt to teach us all about ballistics. And the skirms for StonePlease. I like to see StonePlease actually paying attention to the south, even if it is for the relic. And that should be the second relic for him. I don't see a way for Classic Pro to stop that, unless the fire galley gets crazy. And there is Imp for Classic Pro, who, 2k more res collected, has managed his eco pretty darn well, considering the Vil count's still equal. And the cheaper Imp for StonePlease will have to help him catch up to that. Imp timing can still end the game, but the way they've walled, they are pretty far apart. Archery range there being constructed for Classic Pro, as he will aim to get a third TC in the back. And he now has taken back the water in the north, so at least he's stopped the fishing, but doesn't have fish of his own. Still the demo. And the closer he gets to Imp, the more worried I am for StonePlease with his Imp timing. Even if he is Byzantine, starting to get close. Maybe he'll click in the next few seconds. But still needs more food. It's a, 33% discount for the Byzantines. But with all their building HP, they are still good to hold if they get Imp fast. There is the Imperial Age. Mangonel does a bit of damage to the other Mangonel. And ooh, that one does go down, so 2 Mangonels cleared, and your elite skirms are forward, but a lot of good elite skirms will do, and Imp in at the back TC. Castle's going up, and the Byzantines, with the ability to add in Bombard Cannon, with all their extra castle HP, should be able to hold here. This is where you think about, let's see, you can't do Masonry on the way up, so actually you don't need anything from the University. So if you're a civ other than Byzantines, you do Masonry. Their only HP upgrade would be Hoardings, but you want to prioritize Trebs. No Siege Engineers for them either. Then again, the Japanese do get that if they really want to prioritize the Treb War. Chemistry on the way, but no cannon option for the Japanese. The Byzantines would do chemistry and then cannon as fast as they could. Classic Pro taking control of the south, mining the stone, getting mining camps on stone, doing an outpost. If you really want to, you could think about walling. Really trying to secure it. Wall the entire map. There's the Byzantine castle atop that hill. Trebs, though, already popping for Classic Pro. Still 30 seconds from Imp is StonePlease. The Treb is out, and the Treb is aiming for the castle. One shot lands. And the skirms try to take out the other skirms. They're all going down. And Guard Tower, we might see some Yasama from Classic Pro. Doesn't have that yet. We'll be thinking of it with the Guard Tower if he can get a good number of Trebs out and then take the fight. Second castle for him. Second forward castle against the Byzantines, very risky. 6,700 HP. And because of all the HP it has, it is cheaper to repair. You get more HP repaired per stone spent. And the Byzantines' outposts, he already sees the Vils are building something. He could go try to deny the castle. There are only 6 Vils, and there's the outpost. He sees the castle. He's got 1 skirm on the way. Treb immediately deploys. Which castle's it going for this one? No melee units for diving the Trebs. Cataphracts don't have good pierce armor, so you're probably not going to add those in. Samurai and siege towers actually could be interesting. Someone suggested that the other day because they have their zoomy attack. You put them in the siege tower, you tank the arrow fire. Then you get close, you ungarrison and zoom to the trib. So lots of repairing here. The Byzantines can do that fairly well. They're against 4 trebs, and there is Catapruto. 4 trebs and Catapruto. What's the number where we want Catapruto versus more trebs? I don't know, but he's doing it. And this will be a lot of vills repairing. 11 vills down on this castle. Be enough against 2 trebs. Castle so much HP, but slowly but surely going down. 3rd treb on the way. We'll probably need 4 trebs reliably to push the castle. And behind that, that is a guard tower going for Yasama, and now Catapruto will be in. It's up to the bombard cannon to be able to destroy the trebs here, help out against the castle. As lower and lower the HP drops for StonePlease's castle. He's out of stone, he's about to be begging for some stone. And his castle drops. classicpro winning the treb fight against the Byzantines so far. But will the trebs go down to a cannon? Yes, they will. 2 trebs down, but not in time to have saved the castle. More trebs go down and these trebs are repaired. StonePlease might still be okay. Again, no melee unit, but the treb goes down. The treb sniped off. And now when we have 15 vills, this is maybe on a hill too. That should be enough to repair against these trebs. Skirm versus skirm, though, should be what the Byzantines want. Their cheap skirmisher is great for the long-term skirm war. classicpro with a guard tower in the south, still heavily mining the stone. Wanting the castle fight advantage. Bombard cannon being wary of the skirms. Maybe he needs to play some dodgeball with the trebs. Doesn't dodge in time. Ooh, and StonePlease loses the cannon. Still attacking this castle, but with keep on the way and all the stone vills in the south, classicpro is probably fine to keep repairing against the siege from StonePlease. Trebs popping out of the castle still. Cannon being sniped. Also, it's hurt so much for cannon to be sniped if you're StonePlease. They're so expensive. But can they hit the trebs? They could snipe off 2 trebs. I think they need 1 more shot. Attack round wipe right between the trebs. And gets both of them. Shay gets both the trebs. He could still push the castle. He's losing cannon to skirms though. Cannon a bit easier to replace than trebs because they're from the workshops. But they are actually more expensive. An extra 25 gold, 25 wood. And arrow slits there for the Yasama towers for classicpro. Wants the towers in against the skirms. Incan doesn't get the shot on the skirms it wants, but okay, that's a good volley of skirm arrows with a bombard cannon shot. Or skirm javelins. And now his trebs are dying. The Yasama towers are being established and moved forward a bit. And it doesn't feel like StonePlease is making any progress here. He's going to do a castle to the south and actually stop a tower. It will help him secure gold, maybe give him access to the south if he wants to treb that. Cannon galleon here to take out the castle could be sick. So far, so good for classicpro holding in the treb fight. StonePlease has lost a lot of trebs and is going to be switching fully to bombard cannon now. And Japanese towers, at least, will not outrange the bombard cannon. That should be 11 to 12. The Byzantines still can use the cannon against the towers even without siege engineers. Gold shaft mining for StonePlease. There's 21 vills on gold. Hasn't taken gold in the bottom or in the north, and there are keeps there. And oh, wait, that mining camp was destroyed. I don't think the shaft mining came in. No. No. Didn't get the tech, he got shafted there. And there's masonry and treadmill crane in case he wants to build more towers. Another cannon gets sniped. So many good treb shots on the cannon, but Catapruto helps with that. More skirms equals he wins. More skirms, but fewer castles. Really far behind in KD. I mean, he is Byzantine, so he can't hold for a long time. Loses another cannon to a treb. Only has 20 vills on food, but maybe that's okay. As Byzantines. Still think he'd probably want to use those farms he's besieging. Castle going down to the treb shots, but a couple of repair vills are still there. Need more repair vills even against one treb. And slowly but surely, StonePlease is hanging back, getting more bombard cannon established. Actually has a population lead. But what is that? Forging squires. Scale mail armor. Are we gonna have a swap into another unit from the Japanese? From the barracks? This potentially be a champion swap? Against the skirms? Oh, don't run the cannon into the castle. StonePlease, no, not like that. No, no, no. Oh, loses the cannon there to a treb shot too. So many treb shots on cannon. And Catapulta's great. Look at how fast that treb packs and unpacks. Almost more mobile than the cannon if you consider the pathing. Oh, another cannon. But what are these trebs doing? They don't have more accuracy. No, still 15% accuracy with Catapulto. Shoot faster. Well, the other castle has been found by classicpro. classicpro will attempt to go for it. Oh, what is this? A castle in the south. classicpro has a tower to stop the castle, but he didn't notice in time. And that castle will go up. That'll be a Byzantine's castle in the south now. So hold on, StonePlease saying, yes, there is stone in the south. That's in my name. I want the south. And the castle should be able to deal with that keep. But how long will the castle stand against more trebuchets? Maybe 5 cannon. 6 cannon. There's a 6. 6 cannon should be enough to push castles, right? Right? Cannon move forward. And see if they can hit the keep. They are. And that's one keep down. classicpro will keep building keeps. And as here come the samurai, Where are the cataphracts? Where are the cataphracts now to counter the samurai? From StonePlease. Maybe he just needs some hand cannoneers now that he sees them. That's exactly what he clicks, the hand cannoneers. Elite samurai on the way, blast furnace plate mail, but he's revealed them. He has revealed them. And now, 1 deleted range, 7 cannon. As StonePlease will maybe go to try to save his castle? There's 1 demo in that dock. StonePlease will repair with everything he has, but he doesn't have much stone for it. Doesn't have the gold to buy it either. So he'll head down there to save the castle. And cannoneers will have to fend for themselves against the samurai, who are now elite. And they are running back as the samurai push in. But will this castle be saved? There is a demo. The demo could hit cannon, but it will be taken out by the skirms. Cannon going after the trebs, but this castle in the south does go down for StonePlease. And now the samurai are in his eco, trying to raid under a TC and with hand cannoneers firing away at them. We'll see how long they stand. I think they're still kind of fragile. Only 80 hit points. And those hand cannoneers do a number on them with that 17 attack and then plus 10 bonus against infantry. More towers, but we need more hand cannoneers then. We need cataphracts, as the castles for StonePlease keep collapsing. classicpro will do another mine in the south. And it's full skirm against full samurai now. Not really where the Byzantines want to be. They have other units they'd rather use the skirms against. Oh no. Oh, cannon going down. See, that's a great game. I'm guessing, are you behind in the VOD, Comment Wizard? Are you back where we're talking about Grubby? Just keep... Oh, the keep attacked by vills. The keep destroyed by villagers. The repair vills don't know what to do. They're stuck now. The other foundation either destroyed or deleted. Yeah, well, Microsoft owns them now. After the acquisition. So who knows what they'll do with StarCraft or Warcraft. So, okay, the Classic Pro just YOLO'd some towers up while StonePlease was doing a castle. And all the vills here will die, but then the castle will destroy the keeps, and StonePlease will eventually be able to retake that. And Cannoneers in the back against a good charge of samurai over the hill. Oh my gosh, look at the flags they have now. Zooming forward. Their zoomy attack. Don't know how that works with patrol stacking. Hoardings and two-man saw now on the way for Classic Pro, and these two castles have held. I never know if you like it or dislike it. I think it's a bit weird to see the flags. I guess that might be historical, but it does feel a bit weird. And as everything for StonePlease will finally collapse as the Samurai raid, that will be a GG. But man, what a game that was. Never got to Cataphracts, and just a slight difference in imp timing meant he lost the Treb War. Back and forth on the water, back and forth up to Imp with men-at-arms, feudal, and there we are. More military population consistently for StonePlease as the Byzantines, but never quite took the quality of fight he needed to be able to win the Treb War against the castles and clean Trebs. And that can happen if you're doing only ranged units and not melee units. You're never running down the Trebs. And he lost way too many cannon to Treb shots that game, too. Might make them think they have an aura effect. Well, they do have the zoomy effect, where they charge at the units, so if the flag is to indicate gimmick, then it's correct. And Classic Pro did win the home map, his home map. So StonePlease opted to play High Tides rather than Zimbabwe for game 2. That'll be Japanese over Byzantines, and is this Spanish Turks now? Ooh. Or Maya Turks? Or Malay? Okay, I could see them going legit either of their 3 civs for this final game. Okay, still in the lobby, so let me just get the full set of ads out of the way. GG, that was good. And this will be our last game of the day, so let me refill my water real quick before this. And I realized I don't have my water. I'll get the water after the game. Get it after the game. I can go one game without refilling that. I left my water by the sink. Ooh, oh, we also hit over 100 viewers on YouTube, so thank you all for watching on YouTube, too. And after this game, we need... Or I will need T90 and the other admins to confer on the map scripts we've updated. Let me see, so Valas Overtaken is there. And now I can actually pay attention. I'm going to pay very close attention to this and make sure it's not just my error. I have seen, sometimes on Firefox, I feel that the URL helper doesn't automatically launch. And I think it didn't there. And it will indeed be Maya for Classic Pro and Turks for StonePlease. Maya as a civ. Classic Pro probably anticipating StonePlease going Turks, so picks the Maya. Maya is an attempt to counter the Turks. The old samurai were just majestic in their simplicity. Yeah, that's what I think a lot of their... That's my opinion of a lot of the new unique units, that they ruin some of the simplicity of the old ones. It's less clear what they are, and also, perhaps even more so, they don't look the same as the old unique units. It's not like old unique units with slight embellishments. Sometimes it's very different models. Like the new Elite Berserks. I did like the Elite Plumes, but the Castle Age Plumes just, they make me sad. My least favorite has to be the Elite Woad Raider, though. That guy is wearing way too much clothing. Well, thanks for watching, Uncle Vinny. The Elite Obuk, I don't know if I've seen that. They wear hats. Yeah, hats are a common theme of Elite units. So we'll have Classic Pro as the Yellow Maya to the southwest, StonePlease as the Blue Turks to the northeast. Players will have 8 Water Buffalo. You have tons of food on this map. 2 boars, and then, of course, all the rhinos and the elephants down here in the southeast. The Maya being able to do the instant loom and having the eagle for fighting are pretty nice. And why is the eagle running that way? Players, it's always to the south. It's always to the south. Yeah, it should be obvious where it is. StonePlease knows. It's his home map. He knows it's there. Age of Hats. Gets chilly waiting road. Raiding woads. Those guys are so buff, they're not going to be cold. They can just flex and keep themselves warm. That's what woad raiders do in the winter. They don't need jackets. It's a bit infuriating on this map. Well, now the eagle comes over. The eagle will be in time. It's an attempted double lure from StonePlease, who isn't going to go for the double lure. And this is tricky for him. He has the house to stop the elephant. The elephant will run. He tries to shoot the elephant. The scout will go for the rhino. He's going to go back for the rhino and use the house to stop the elephant again. Oh, beautifully done so far from StonePlease. He does another house, and we'll keep trying to lure the elephant in. And that eagle could be a bit annoying as I run around and try to get the rhino and elephant again. Just needs to make sure he doesn't delete the vill when he goes to delete the house foundation. We saw Deduzu do that earlier. And here comes the water buffalo to open the gate. Well done from StonePlease. Very well done. Doesn't have a lumber camp yet. All the vills have been on the water buffalo, but that's fine. That's fine. We're missing a relic in the west corner. What? How did that happen? How the heck did that happen? All right, then. I gotta fix Zimbabwe, then. Yeah, we can't restart at this point. You're right about that. All right, so... that is the good old... Admins can't join for 2 minutes. Bug. All right, one more thing I need to fix. Okay, that's interesting. Is there... I'll tell you why it's missing our base. There's a ton of space here that's actually trapped in the corner of the map. Like right here, we see these trees actually fully wall this off. And I think there's probably a min distance the relic has to be, like a tile away from trees. I'm not sure, but then I also have code so that the relic has to be accessible and somewhere where it's on the outside. So I think I just need to cut down the min distance from trees and it should be okay. But there's just a bunch of area in the back it can't spawn because the trees block it fully. So, okay, wait, there's no min distance from trees. What the heck? How did that not spawn? Yeah, it's allowed to be adjacent to the trees. I'm very confused. I have no clue why it's not there. I'm very confused why it's not there now. And not a huge deal, but still, that is weird. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a 4 elephant lure from StonePlease. Oh, it's going to be 5. He's going to get the rhino too. Oh my god, he has to be careful about the crocodile though. Okay, no, he's not going to get the rhino. Oh, Classic Pro, what are you doing, Classic Pro? He's going to... The eagle doesn't have the HP to block this anymore. But he needs to block the elephant with the scout. That build doesn't even have loom. He's luring 4 elephants without loom. The eagle will die. The eagle will die. Nice palisade there. Eagle goes down. The scout will run from the Ville. Another nice palisade. Water buffalo holding open the gate. The boar will provide some vision there of the Ville. And one elephant turns around for some reason. I don't know why that happened. Maybe it was hit by the palisade. But 3 elephants make it in safely. Oh, StonePlease, an expert at luring the elephants. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, that was perfectly done. 1 elephant taken by classicpro. He gets 1. Now the Maya, I think, are actually a really nice civ on this map because the Maya have longer lasting resources, and the elephants they lure in themselves will last longer. But yeah, StonePlease, he doesn't want to go down 3-0. He's gaming here.
Hazır. Efendim.
Villager heading over to the wood line. That was crazy. So okay, a bug I have to fix. Hold on, let me open up. Just a moment. If chat doesn't mind. The screen might go black because capture age is buggy for a second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna open up the map script for myself. We'll have one more rhino lore, but there's nothing left to lore. Right, they're up to feudal. We'll have some fast castling. I can open up this map script for a second. Zimbabwe. Relic. I think it might just be, wait. How many tiles is this from the side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The relics have to avoid each other by 100 tiles. So maybe this relic is so far forward there's no room for the other one? Maybe I just need to cut that down a bit. I think that'll probably do it. That's the only thing that could possibly do it, the temperament distance group placement. That doesn't need to be 100. That just needs to be like 60, and that should do it. All right. Yeah, Arbase, if you have a map seed in the scenario editor where you also see a missing relic in the corner, that would be very helpful. And I could just confirm that it's fixed if I adjust for that seed. Alright, yeah, StonePlease it is his home map. Did he lose a Ville to Gaia? He probably lost a Ville somewhere. Yeah, 2-1. Lost a Ville. Happens on this map, though. You have tons of elephants and boars to lure. He's okay, though. He still has more res collected. He's the Maya. Those extra elephants are extra good for him. And 2 boars left for StonePlease. The boars are in your base. They're just... like, they're just an apology if you don't manage to lure anything. They're like, sorry you didn't get the elephants and rhinos. You can have a couple of boar. So, scout poked down by that villager. And Castle Age and Double Bit Axe on the way for StonePlease, as Castle Age also comes in for classicpro. Castle Age coming in for StonePlease, coming in for classicpro, so we'll be a Ville faster for StonePlease. And is he on stone? No, he's not on stone. So in the old days, I feel that the Turks didn't have a great answer to plumed archers. Plumed archers were one of the units that were fast enough and high enough in HP that they could fight Janissaries very well. And now they've both been nerfed. Plumes are more expensive. Janissaries have less range in the Castle Age. But late game, the Turks should absolutely dominate if they get to artillery cannon, fully upgraded heavy cav archer, hussars with more HP. And I think the Turks will have a much stronger late game composition. Problem is just the economy for the Maya. Longer lasting res, A very smooth boom. And quick swap into eagles or plumes. Turks will make hand cannoneers faster. It is plus 25% HP, and gunpowder units train 25% faster, and they get the free chemistry. Gunpowder technologies minus 50%. What gunpowder technologies are left? Because originally, every time you, after researching chemistry, you needed an additional upgrade for hand cannoneers, for cannon galleons, and for bombard towers. It's just bombard tower and elite cannon galleon now, I think. They've removed hand cannoneer and removed cannon galleon. And also bombard cannon. You don't need that tech anymore. So a bit of annoyance from Classic Pro building the houses to block the gates. But StonePlease saying, I don't need gates, I just need a 3 TC boom. Classic Pro going for the second TC. So the mountains in the middle. Nope, that one's supposed to be there. That's supposed to be there. There's supposed to be 6 relics on the map. I don't know why our base wanted 6 relics, but there are 6 relics.
Aimed it?
So I can maybe see how the relics are pushing each other around. Oh, look at that cheeky outpost inside the houses from Classic Pro. Look at that. And does he have Town Watch? He does have Town Watch. He's saying, I'm going to see everything. I'll see your extra 2 TCs. I'll know you're going for a 3 TC boom. And how does he react to your 3 TC boom? Is this simply 2 TCs, faster imp, eagle push? Maybe forward castle plumes? Economy is not that much of a disadvantage if you have a trillion more elephants than your opponent and he also loses a Vilda Gaia. Fair enough. Castle drop here. That could be sick. Oh gosh, it's a 4 TC boom. Yeah, castle drop here on the TCs could be nice. Hit 2 TCs with a castle while you also break in and then flood with eagles or go imp for trebs. It'll just be a workshop, though. It could also be break through the walls and drop a castle inside. Oh my gosh, it could be siege tower, drop a castle inside. Oh, you have 15 vills ready to drop that castle. Then you take the wood. You don't need wood in your base. So you're just standing there. Yeah, so StonePlease bringing in a relic. Bringing in a relic. The monk deciding, oh, I'm going to convert your outpost vill. The vill just gets deleted. Oh gosh, look at everything I selected when that vill died. Such a weird capture age bug.
I found him.
Vill's attacking the outpost on the side. And the relic will go into the monastery. He's starting to pick up the relic. At least it's StonePlease who's picking up the relics. And won't go there just to find a relic's missing. Let's destroy the outpost. That will be one more outpost poked down by StonePlease. Is it worth the villager time for that? Maybe it is. Okay, castle won't be inside the walls. Won't be as fun as I thought. But it will be a ram and a mangonel along with a fort castle. And then StonePlease has to make a choice. Does he try to go imp or does he go for a second castle drop? And looks like imp will probably be the play. Classic Pro and... Or I mean, Classic Pro has to make the choice. Does he go imp or for a second castle? And looks like it'll be imp. Using the market, but StonePlease also suddenly using the market to build another castle. He's up by 20 vills. Doesn't want to die to a sudden castle drop. And the castle is up, shooting at the ram. It'll help keep the ram away if he wants to. Against the castle, imp is in soon. Imp is in soon, and then it'll be trebs. Imp not too far away for StonePlease either. And if he wants to focus on that, maybe idle the TCs for imp. Now is probably the time for it. Put imp in the back TC. Vessels still trading shots at each other as the ram tries to get through the wall. Plumes popping out from the castle. Now that that's finished. Siege workshop constructed by the Vils.
Shot it.
And that's a minute faster to imp for Classic Pro. So he has a ram inside attacking the castle. Janissaries do have a slight attack bonus, +2 against rams.
Babish.
So they'll do 2 damage per bullet. Not all that much, but it is something. I'll eventually take it down. Plumed Archers on the way now for Classic Pro. They'll try to run around to the outside, see if they can push through anywhere. Try to raid on both sides. And with the Mangonel, they can get through a palisade and through a house. Is 1 minute imp difference enough versus Turk Bombard Cannon? Classic Pro has to hope so. He's already done a lot of damage to that ram to the castle. Maybe he needs to keep the plumes inside the castle if he's not raiding. Just shoot a few more arrows. And where's the Imp TC? The Imp TC is back here, of course. Don't think that'll be threatened in time. But Bodkin on the way. Bodkin on the way. And the Treb is out. So 20 plus Vil difference. And it now comes down to Classic Pro's Imp timing for the Trebs. And how well also can he raid with the plumes. Another workshop and house being added as a wall. Don't think there's a hole there. Looks like they're next to each other. And through 1 layer of walls, that Mangonel will get in. Defensive Mangonel, though, for StonePlease, could keep that Mangonel away. That Mangonel goes down and it stops the push. And 4 HP, but no Repairville. Plumes want to destroy this Mangonel, but not going to with a Repairville there. Now, the Treb is out. The Treb is downhill. The Treb is downhill. Your bases are uphill, so they'll take less damage in the Treb fights. But immediately now it comes down to StonePlease and his ability to afford the Bombard Cannon and the Trebs that he wants. Remember, no Siege Engineers, and if he wants artillery, he's going to have to research it at the castle. A bit cheaper these days because it doesn't cost stone. But conscription is on the way. So it's our base's fault. Now this one isn't our base's fault. No. This one is my fault for not realizing it could be missing. And there's conscription. Castle could go down before conscription. It's not being repaired, and that'll be no conscription. And for an army consisting of Janissaries, Plumed Archers could do some damage now. They'll need Bracer. They have ballistics. Is that enough plumes? Enough plumes. The Mangonel is forward. Without ballistics, I'm scared. If Bracer and ballistics were in, I'd be much more confident in them. Workshop going down to the Trebs. StonePlease has not managed to run to the outside anywhere, and that lack of ballistics hurts. Bill gets picked off. And the cannon are more what I'm worried about, though, and that Mangonel. Orville's sent to repair the castle, but if the castle goes down, there goes the Plumed Archer production. Only 1 castle for plumes now in the back. And the Vils will immediately try to wall that off, as it looks like StonePlease has managed to defend successfully. He'll destroy that workshop and then get rid of that annoying house at the front of his wall. He's still chopping wood successfully in the back. And 18 HP left on that workshop. Down it goes. And don't attack around your own Janissaries, StonePlease. Don't attack around your own Janissaries. The Classic Pro went for the I guess rather classic 2TC Imp approach with the Maya, but wasn't quite in time. Turk Imp successful in getting up faster with a good Vil lead after the boom. And now you're at the point where Turks start to be really, really good. And Cannoneers, still not the ideal counter to plumes. Plumes will stop the outpost Vil. And then attack the monastery.
Tavish? Shade.
They'll try to hit the Vils on the goals. The cannon go for the castle. Classic Pro needs to hold and repair as a plumed archer starts to fend off the cannon. More plumes forward. The Janissary is attacking the plumes. Oh, he deletes the walls. Says, let's go. Time for the plumes to shine. Time for them to run to a mangonel shot. I think the mangonel hit the gate instead of the plumes. He's bringing back the rest of his plumes. Let's go. Doesn't have any armor. It's just plumes and just micro here. Deletes everything. He's up to 71 Vils, so it's not like it's a small number. He needs more plumes. Chemistry on the way for him. Trying to get the last attack upgrades. He does not have thumb ring. But he has ballistics. Now the Vils. He has 9 Vils on stone, so he can maybe start to repair. Oh, but he's doing another castle. There goes all the stone he would have had to repair. Unfortunately, you don't get any stone for deleting your walls. He's selling wood to buy gold. And where are these plumes gonna go? He needs to keep this castle up. 9 Vils on that stone mine there. It's 4 cannon. But if they turn to fight the plumes and they're not shooting the castle, it's 1 cannon down. Plumes microing against the hand cannoneers. Plumed archers are still very scary. They might need some of their armor upgrades, but the eco is pressed for Classic Pro. Oh, what is that? What is that? Bill's trying to do a watchtower as the plumes run around. That's an extra TC on the outside. Wait, this could be a good raid. This could be a good raid. It'll go from a 40 Vil difference to a 35 Vil difference. But at least it's a good raid. Some Vils dying to the plumes. There's chemistry finished. And that's true. StonePlease is nowhere near Hussars. And plumes getting a nice raid. If those raids continue, that's not going to be good news for StonePlease. And remember, the hand cannoneers and Janissaries do not get ballistics. And still, slowly but surely, defensive Treb now. Treb to try to snipe cannon shots. Classic Pro remembering that previous game where he sniped off cannon with Trebs. Plumes trying to keep the Vils off of the blacksmith. He needs another blacksmith, I guess. Yeah, the cannon can't raid. They can help push the castles, but there's no raiding unit. If Classy has 12 plumed archers queued, if he can keep the castles standing to get plumes, he might still be okay. It's a unit that the Turks will struggle to deal with if they don't have their full Sipahi, heavy cav archers, or armored hussars. And 34 farms right now, StonePlease isn't quite ready for hussars. Would still need to do a ton of blacksmith upgrades were he to go that route. And remember, no elite skirm for the Turks, and all of a sudden we got 24 plumed archers here. Up to 30 plumed archers. Can Classic Pro do this? Remember, this castle is on cracked terrain, so were the cannons to take a hill bonus against it, it would go down very quickly. You'd need a ton of stone to repair that. But now, out in the middle of the open, is this where the plumes want to fight? Elite plume, not going to be affordable for Classic Pro. Thumb ring might be. Thumb ring might be. He's got the stone to repair for the moment. And I honestly wouldn't mind seeing Thumb ring come in if he could focus the food eco, or even one of the armors. And he gets a cannon! He gets a cannon, that's all he needs. Plumes occasionally to pick off cannon. And if you can get a third castle, where does the third castle go? Even higher up the hill, maybe? Maybe the stone is just spent repairing, though. And 9 Vils on stone somewhere still. The plumes have to run, get shot by the cannon. And now the cannon uphill against the cracked terrain castle. This is going to force the fight. This will force one big fight. 26 hand cannoneers and 24 plumed archers. Plumes with ballistics so they can dance. You know, they say about 9 on stone. It's nice. Castle will need more repairs, though. Lots of stone invested into repairing it. There we go. Plumes hopping in the castle, and gets a good volley on the hand cannoneers. And we're starting to see that tech into the Hussar swap. If StonePlease can afford Hussars, that ends the game. There's nothing for Classic Pro that can fight Hussars now. Plumes, less attack than Arbs, they only get up to 9 attack. So they will not be good against that Pierce armor at all. StonePlease here just kind of needs to hold as he gets more farms added in. He's at 124 vills and start spamming down the farms. Can come down here to farm. You can get more farms and over all the expired ones. Do handcart. You could do heavy plow. He's floating a ton of wood. That definitely could be spent on farms. That's exactly what he's doing. Wants to go for the hussar swap. Classic Pro at least making it interesting with all the plumes and maybe taking the hill. And he's doing more armor for them. With a couple of points of armor, can take better fights. Still has ballistics, but Hussars, free Hussar upgrade for the Turks. Second armor on the way. Now, mainly, he just needs one more armor. The Bloodlines already has husbandry. Armor, and then he thinks about attack upgrades. Conscription would have been nice, but does not have the stone for the castle yet. 20 on stone, though, so might be able to do a castle soon. As he starts claiming the hill. He's just defend and wait for Hussars. Yeah, he's waiting for Hussars, buying time, while attempting to protect the cannon. If he can whittle down the stone, he's happy, while not losing cannon. Classic Pro doing everything. Oh, he's pushing the front again. Wait a minute. Plumes are getting in for a raid. Plumes are getting in for a raid on the farms. Well, you idle the farms, you stop the Hussars. But I'm worried that he would need a halb swap to deal with Hussars. There's no way the eco gets enough halbs out against all those hand cannoneers. Plume's even struggling now. Same range as the hand cannoneers, they don't outrange them. There's a forward castle for StonePlease atop the hill. That'll be a rough one to deal with. Hussar is hit by the plumes. Hussar's going down. He's buying food, buying wood, but those cannon now with the hill bonus, tearing the castle to shreds. Down it goes, and in come the Hussars. The Hussars have arrived, coming down the mountainside. And 43 plumes, they do not do damage to the Hussars. It's what, 2 damage? Yeah, 7 pierce armor against 9 attack. The plumes do not do damage here. They're all going down as the hand cannoneers push into slaughtering the gold vills. Classic Pro has gotten up to 77 vills, and he still has some eco behind this. One castle for plumes is not going to be enough at this point. Longer lasting resources, so actually that means StonePlease will have more to take. How well do those cannon do, though? More Hussars arriving. Thumbering on the way finally for the plumes. The cannon getting some nice shots, and the plumes are making their last stand. This is their hill to die on. There's the GG, and StonePlease does indeed get a win. And Classic Pro wins the set 2-1, but StonePlease at least gets himself on the scoreboard. GG. And hello, Hightower. So, I need to go fix the map and fix that broken relic. So, want to do that, chat? Want to do that? Let's fix the broken relic. Go into map scripting mode. Let me just update this scoreboard. Fixing missing relic. Update my title. There we go. Let me just don't know how long I'm going to stream for after this, but for the sake of it, I'll just get an ad out of the way as I tab over to my editing mode. So 2-1 in favor of Classic Pro. Looking at the maps, that's StonePlease. I did manage to win Zimbabwe, his home map, with the Turks over the Maya. And let's maybe take a look at the standings for gold while we have a moment. As this page just got updated, please refresh. It will do so. Will refresh. And that will be, which group was this? Ah, yes, this was Group D. Kasfa, Daniel. So Classic Pro, StonePlease, Deduzu, Turs, Kasfa, and Daniel. What a collection of players that is. Alpha so far leading the group 5-1, Daniel 4-2. Classic Pro and StonePlease now each 2-1. And Deduzu and Tur is 1-5. We had that Daniel quick sweep of Deduzu the other day. For Group C, that's Jordan at the top, 6-0 so far. Also Margugu, Dogao, Kingstone, Uzi, and Ganji. Group B, Doubt 3-0, still needs to play more games. And Group A, we saw that earlier. So after that set, Classic Pro with, I guess, the head-to-head tiebreaker over StonePlease in the middle of the group for that 3rd versus 4th spot. Actually, what are the tiebreakers? What are the tiebreakers? Do we have sane tiebreakers? Games won, sets won, head-to-head results. Okay, that feels good. Win percentage in games against tied opponents. How is that different than head-to-head results? Win percentage in games against tied opponents. I guess that's for a 3-way tie. 2-way tie, that wouldn't survive head-to-head. I guess, like, if 3 players are tied, you might have a circle. Total score of defeated opponents. I guess that's your Buchholz. Number of game 1 wins. And then original seed. Oh, there's no tiebreaker game. Original seed is a tiebreaker at the very end. So Platinum will be starting this weekend. And let's make sure the maps are bug-free for Platinum. As well, just swap this over to my scene switcher, start that. And as I open up VS Code, let me make sure that that shows up properly. And OBS, it does. All right, so we're gonna make sure that the relic exists in Zimbabwe. So, you see over here, as let me also put the scene swap on cut, we have temp min distance group placement 100. So what that does is it means, hello, pick up DE, there we go. But I also need to make sure I'm doing my correct mod. God, I have 200 mods almost from all the map packs I've made. And where are we? Zimbabwe. There we are. What this means is once a relic is placed, the other relics avoid it. So I think the problem is that's too high. So I put that to 200. There'll only be 1 relic in the corners. Yeah, because that relic forces the other ones to avoid it by 120 tiles and it's a square. If I put that down to like 60, we should be more than fine for them not to spawn next to each other. So I think that's simply the fix. I'd like to put that back to 100 though, and then figure out... I want to see if this happens again. Because that should be very rare now that I think about it. I haven't seen it yet. So we're just going to watch that mini-map and look for an example where the relics disappear. Yeah, because they have a ton of room to spawn. How are the 2 relics in the middle? Nope, they are not. They're placed separately. There are separate create relic commands for them. Hunt area, neutral relic, hill area, neutral relic. Temp min distance group placement has the word temp because it only applies to the current command. If you remove temp and do min distance group placement, it applies to the current command and every command after it. Which does mean order matters when you create stuff in the map script, which can be a bit tricky. But I just want to see another example where that fails, because I would love to have a failing example and confirm that that fixes it without myself increasing the distance artificially to fail it. But looking at that, that's the only thing that could possibly cause the issue. And looking at this, seems like it will be a very rare issue, but unfortunately, low probability events still do happen when you start having a season that plays dozens of games on all the maps. So, still looking for a case where it fails. And this would explain why I didn't find it, because I didn't have an automated test looking at hundreds of generations. I just eyeballed it myself and said, yeah, that looks good. Which is never the proper way to test maps, but sometimes the best thing that you can do, because you end up messing up your map code if you try to write automated tests. I still don't have one that fails to spawn. That is crazy how unlikely this looks. A nice map. Yeah, I rotated Zimbabwe. I rotated it. So it rotates 90 degrees. The hunt is always in the south. Yeah, if you just saw Rapture, we had a missing relic. And I'm trying to reproduce that. I know how to fix it, but I'd like to reproduce it. One of the ones that... Oh, did I just miss one where the corner didn't spawn? I would love if you could go back. Okay, well, we'll go again. We'll find one. We'll find it. Unless someone in the VOD wants to go back and look at that seed, but... I would love a back button. Just give me a back button for the seeds. Please. No, that's it. Even more than pathfinding or fixing the voice acting or fixing the lobby system, my number one requested feature would be a back button for generating maps. Yeah, I could check the VOD and find the seed. Sometimes the seed doesn't match up with the mini-map, though, if I generate them quickly. So, unfortunately, checking the VOD doesn't always work. That is actually crazy that checking the VOD doesn't always work, but it doesn't. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Now that's the downside of trying to read chat while I'm debugging. Wait, I gotta check my YouTube chat too. People are trying to blame Urbase. Higher seed. Well, it gets down to the 7th tiebreaker. If you get down to the 7th tiebreaker, I think, okay, we got one. And now we will fix this. We'll fix this by putting this down to 60. Yes. All right. So that is fixed. Very simple fix. The problem was the relics had an avoidance distance of 100, and for whatever reason, the other 3 relics were close enough that there was not enough room for this relic to spawn, especially with the forest occupying a lot of the back area on this generation. So I just cut that down to 60, and this area is much less than 60 tiles. So the Bobab forest occupies, what's that, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So around 15 or so tiles as a square on the edge. So 60 is more than enough that it doesn't affect that. And then these areas are more than 60 tiles away. Missing relic. Oh, I like cow. Thank you. Or I like cows if the 5's an S. Thank you for the clip. Oh, we were so efficient in finding it that we got past that. Okay, so we fixed it. We fixed it, chat. It was lovely. Always love fixing bugs like that, because then it won't happen again. And now the YouTube VOD has a bit of a longer length, so we don't have spoilers. There is no min. Would they all spawn in the same corner? If there were no mim, then we could, yes. Let's see. Yep, you could have multiple in the same corners. You could have all of them in the same corner if we get lucky. Let's see if we can find one. You get 3 in a corner. Yeah, so let's just put that back. So the min is to prevent that, but the min was just too big to the point where it interfered with each other. So 60 tiles will be more than enough. The map length on a tiny map is 120 by 120. So if they're restricted to around 20 tiles here, plus 60 gives them 80, and then another 20 here is like a 40 tile buffer. So we are good. You're good. Well, everyone checking the VOD. All of these maps also get updated all the time. Yep. And I have no idea. I'll need to check the original script from Marintho. I don't know if that was me or him who did that. That was probably me. So what I'm doing here when I spawn these, require path is a new command that means the object has to have a path available to it. So there were a couple situations in Stronghold Frenzy where I saw, I don't think we'll have it here, but I saw in that map, like the entire back area would be closed off and you'd have a pocket that was inaccessible and you couldn't walk to, and a relic would spawn there. So I thought that was a bit unfair. So the way I spawn the relics is by using set place for every player and also generate for first land only. And when that happens, the relics spawn only once for one player. So they're spawning essentially for player 1, whichever land is assigned to player, or whichever land is generated first is player 1. So they spawn for 1 player, and they spawn 4 relics. And I require the path, and I put them on this terrain in the corners, and I require that min distance so that no 2 relics spawn in the same corner. Then like the exact corner surrounded. Yep, so that's my attempt to prevent that. And also, I do it like this, so I only need 1 command. I could separate this and do like 4 relic commands and have them avoid each other, but the same thing would apply. I need an avoidance distance. And I want to set them for every player instead of using them on a specific land so I can use require path properly. And yeah, that should prevent them from being trapped. Now, unless, of course, we somehow get a spawn where the Bobab trees all spawn as a single border on the outside, but the probability of that is so low that I'm not even going to imagine that. There we go. And that, I think, should end the map scripting then. So thank you all for sticking around for the nerd segment. I'm gonna go eat something and probably go have a map discussion with everyone and try to get one last patch updated. As I said, whereas Death Counter was in the chat, we had a couple small changes to Seychelles. There were some extra straggler trees spawning adjacent to... even the relics were walled. Yeah, Stronghold Frenzy just wanted more walls, right? We didn't have enough walls, so we added more trees. Got yeah, a couple more small map changes I'm going to be making today. But that will be it for me. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. What's the schedule for tomorrow? Tomorrow we start at 12 GMT to do Doubt versus Z40. Do we wake up for that, chat? Do we wake up? Well, that's 7 a.m. We might do that and then cast all day, and then we'll have 2 sets at 17 GMT. That'll be Gabby Manos and Miguel versus Valesa, and then Platinum starts on Friday. So this will hopefully be our last map update tonight. But anyway, thank you all very much for watching, and we'll go raid someone, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll make the... I'll decide if I wake up for that, or I might cast the Rex around 15 GMT before Gabby Manos starts. Is that one happening? Well, it's tomorrow, so I hope so. I hope you'll feel better by then. I don't have any insights, though. I'll keep my eye on the schedule, though. I don't want to wake up for it not to happen, which I almost did today for Ozone set. That was pushed back 2 hours. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, see you later, YouTube. I'll go put some timestamps for the VOD in the description, and we'll raid